Tick-tock, time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who isn't one of you traitors in the chat. Saying things like, Apologetics Roadshow, this is your chance to prove that I am a liar by calling you late. Well, according to my watch, and according to Colorado Records of Time and Resources and their atomic clock, I started at 8 p.m. So.
This is the proof.
So, you're banned. And we have on time. What have you done with David? Now, it was weird. I went and turned my computer on, and Chris is already waiting. That was like 15 minutes ago. It was like 15
Although,
minutes
to be
ago.
fair, I joined, and as soon as I joined, you also joined. So it wasn't like...
Oh, you weren't waiting for like half an hour and stuff like that? Okay.
No. No, I turned it on, went and peeked because I figured you weren't going to be there, came back, and you were here. So...
And we have, are you streaming with AP from the UK? Does Chris look like AP, like, at all? Does AP had that good Turkish blonde hair, everyone? Blonde hair, blonde beard, Does that sound like AP? No, yeah.
I was
AP,
early, too.
Yeah, AP's in the UK. I told him he should find times. He should find some times when he's, well, it also depends on things like if you're in a hotel and stuff like that, like what kind of internet connection you have and stuff. But I told him, hey, if you make it work, man, you should go live. Otherwise, people will forget about him. Why will they forget about him? Well, too much stuff going on constantly. Too much stuff. Speaking of stuff, all the stuff that's going on, a lot of dilemmas out there. A lot of dilemmas going on with Islam. I mean, obviously we have the Islamic dilemma, right? You guys heard of that one? Oh, nice. My copy's actually downstairs. That would have been cool if we just both popped them up right there. But anyway, we got the Islamic dilemma and lots of different versions of the Islamic dilemma. There are super simple versions, there are more sophisticated versions, and then there are different kinds of Islamic dilemmas. Like IP eventually made he called it the clear Quran dilemma. The Quran claims to be clear. Well, if the Quran is clear, like it claims to be, then the Islamic dilemma follows, because the Islamic dilemma says all of these very positive things about the scriptures that we have. And so the Islamic dilemma would follow. The alternative is that the Quran is not clear, which is basically what Muslims are telling us. When Allah says all these things, praising our book and confirming them and ordering us to judge by them, he actually means something totally different from what he says. Okay, well then the Quran wouldn't be clear, and therefore the Quran would be false because of that. And so you've got that dilemma. We've got the Dawah dilemma. I keep wanting to make a video on it. Haven't yet, but we kind of keep bringing up the point that the Dawah guys are kind of stuck in an awkward position as far as debates and so on go. They can either debate us when we challenge them, debate God logic, debate IP, debate the Christian apologists, in which case they get cooked, or they can not debate. They can run and hide and make excuses, in which case they look like cowards. Either way, they lose. That's the Dawah dilemma. I'm about to post something here, probably this coming week, called the Quran dilemma or the Quranic dilemma, and that's thanks to Muhammad Hijab. You've got all of these Muslims using their logical, the logical problem of the Trinity. Well, people pointed out that the theory of identity that they're using and so on. For their argument, you can use the exact same argument structure against the Quran to show, well, there are different Qurans in different parts of the world, and these Qurans even contradict each other and contain different teachings and so on. But Muslims say there's only one Quran, and yet we have different versions of the Quran. According to the theory of identity they're using to attack the Trinity, these would be different Qurans. They're different Qurans because they're not identical. And so how do they answer that? Well, we got an answer from Muhammad Hijab. It's that each of these different Qurans is only part of the Quran. Is only part of the Quran. So all the different ahruf and so on, they were just different parts of the Quran. Here's the thing, though: the different ahruf, a bunch of them did not survive the Caliph Uthman burning all of the Qurans, and therefore, if Muhammad Hijab is right that each of these ahruf were different parts of the Quran that were revealed, and then Uthman burned a bunch of them and you don't have them anymore, then Muslims don't have the Quran that was revealed. They have parts of the Quran that was revealed, but they don't have the Quran that was revealed to Muhammad that he passed on to his companions, because so much of it was burned. And so the Quranic dilemma is either you don't have all of the Quran, so stop saying you've memorized the Quran. You don't have all of the Quran that was revealed to Muhammad, and therefore stop saying you've memorized the entire Quran. You can't do it because you don't have it. Or there are multiple Qurans, so stop saying there's only one Quran. So either say you have an incomplete Quran or say you've got multiple Qurans, but you can't, under any circumstances, say there is one Quran and you have it. You can't say it anymore. Sorry, guys. And these are just fun times. And on top of all of that, we've got what's called the Talmudic dilemma. And Chris here, his channel, link to his channel, Defending a Lion, is in the description. Link to his new video that we're going to watch now, where he's got tons of videos, guys, and very long live streams going into lots of detail, but he's put together a video that puts it all together in short form for everyone. So we're going to go ahead and watch that, and then he's going to expand upon some things in a presentation. So these are super cool times, guys. People aren't. The sad part is most Muslims still aren't familiar with any of this. And so we got a lot of work to do, guys. And so I would encourage all of you, if you like this video, and I can pretty much guarantee you're going to like this video, you want to not just like it in your mind, you'll want to click the like and you'll want to share that all over the place, because we eventually want Muslims to try to answer it. By the way, Chris, have Muslims tried answering the Talmudic dilemma?
Yeah, I've gotten about 4 or 5 different responses to it, but most of them are not very good whatsoever. I've only had one knowledgeable Muslim actually attempt, but even then.
Huh. Imagine that. And just give us the gist before we watch the video and stuff. Give us the gist of what you've been working on since last year. About a year now.
Yeah.
Didn't you start around this time like last year? Was around
Yeah,
like
I started
April, May
in
last year, right?
June or
Okay.
Late June, early July. Yeah.
Okay.
We started the Talmudic or the Islamic dilemma project in March with you, and then you left it, and then we kept it going. So then we finished it.
You guys
Then
kept it
Chris's
going.
book came out of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Talmudic dilemma, it's different than the 1.8-inch dilemma, which is also another dilemma you didn't mention, whether Aisha was hurt or not by Muhammad.
Yeah. That's tough.
You have that. The Talmudic dilemma is way different. You have the vast majority of the content of the Quran, over 60%, is using previous sources that are not prophetic. So it's using things from rabbis mostly, also things from Christians, a lot of Syriac stuff that it's stealing from. You also have stuff from the Manichaeans and Zoroastrians and Greeks and even Arab pagans. Some of that is also included within the Islamic purview and milieu of the Quran. So whenever I give this presentation, the thing I focus the most on is the rabbinic aspect of it. There's been a bunch of scholars in history that have done this, and one of the earliest retorts to Muhammad in history is actually, hey, you're a Jew. you're Jewish cults. We see that in the Manichaean scriptures or not scriptures. I think it's the Manichaean book of John, and it is in the 7th century, and it says that the Arabs are actually following Judaism even though they hate Jews. They don't know that they themselves are Jews. So right away, people already recognized, hey, this is just a Jewish cult. So I'm pointing out how much of a Jewish cult it is. and comparing all the sources from the Talmud and the Midrash that can't be scripture according to Islam, because it was made mostly by people who were misguided during a period of time where there was no prophets. So it can't be binding true revelation for people groups, yet it appears in the Quran, which is binding true revelation for people groups, wahi. So the Quran says, hey, this is what it takes to be scripture. The rabbinic materials doesn't fulfill that requirement to be scripture, and a bunch of it is just made up allusions to describe some verse of the Bible, like Mount Sinai being picked up and held over the Jews. That was made by Rabbi Dimi Bar Hama, and he made it up as an object lesson. So a lot of the things that are appearing in the Quran are actually just metaphors that rabbis came up with to make points that they didn't treat as literal things that happened, that the Quran author didn't know was meant to be metaphor, took it as literal, and then it ended up in the Quran. So you have around 100, it's a little over 153 doctrines, beliefs, and practices that are rabbinic inside of Islam in the Quran, the Hadith, and the Sirah.
And as you point out in your video, it's odd that it's like, as you put, I think you called it a Jewish cult that hates Jews or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what's fun. That's what's funny about it, guys. So all of you have heard over and over and over again that because the Quran says it over and over again, and we bring it up, that Muhammad's called the ear. Chris mentions that in his video, but he's called the ear. People said, we know when Muhammad would stand up and say, I have a revelation, people would hear it and they go, we've heard this before, dude. We heard that. And we know where you're getting it from. That's in the Quran. They would say, we know where you're getting, we know the guy you're getting this from. And over and over again, he would stand up and say he has a revelation. And people say, these are fables of the men of old. These are we know this. We've heard this before. So you guys are familiar with this. But yeah, what Chris has been showing is most of what Muhammad's getting, he seems to be getting from the Jews, which makes sense because you can tell even from the Meccan period that in Muhammad's mind, Jews and Christians, but very frequently more emphasis on Jews were like the authorities in matters of religion. And why? Because they had so many prophets and so on. So they're the ones who are familiar with the prophets. They're the ones who are familiar with the scriptures and so on. So,
also all the big cities around him had yeshivas in them. So they were all like hubs for teaching rabbinicism. So,
Muhammad seems to have thought that the Jews were going to confirm him as a prophet, and he eventually runs into 3 tribes of Jews, and they almost giggled him out of this city. They thought he was such a joke. And guess what? If Muhammad is convinced that he's a true prophet, Muhammad's convinced that he's a true prophet and that the Jews know him, that they know it, they know their scriptures, and so when they recognize him, they know exactly who he is. If they know he's a true prophet and they say he's not, that means they're lying. That means they're lying, and hence the hostility. Hence they have to be violently subjugated and eventually even wiped out. It was seriously embarrassing for him. But yeah, guys, so this is basically a massive example of Muhammad plagiarizing from other groups, which again is what the Quran, what he's accused of in the Quran over and over and over again. But we're familiar with this to some extent from some of the teachings about Jesus, like giving life to clay birds and speaking as a baby. We know where these stories come from. But not nearly as significant as is with what he's plagiarizing from the Jewish sources. Also, I keep wanting to make this video ever since I read the Syriac legend of Alexander, which is...
I have that news, yeah.
Yeah, the Syriac legend of Alexander is exactly what you read in Surah 18. And it explains some of the weird things, like why is Dul Qarnayn, who's Alexander the Great, why is Alexander the Great a devout monotheist in the Quran's version of the story? Why? Why is he a devout monotheist? Well, in the Syriac Alexander legend, which is sometimes called the Christian Alexander legend because it was made by Christians, right? They're just making up story. Mm-hmm. because Alexander the Great was big back then. Everyone wanted their what they would do back then is, in order to criticize one of their own rulers, they would make a story about Alexander the Great doing what their king should have done, like doing a really good job, and this would be a shame on their own king. Anyway, they wrote one in the 6th century, and Alexander the Great was a devout monotheist who's trying to set the stage for Jesus. That's what he's doing. So he's a devout monotheist. He's trying to prepare the way for Jesus and so on. So he's going to make a throne. And then when the Messiah shows up, then he's going to get off the throne and let the Messiah take the throne and stuff. But guess what, guys? In the story, in the Syriac Alexander legend from the 6th century, Alexander the Great decides he's going to find the ends of the world. So he travels west until he finds a place where the sun sets, finds it setting in a muddy pool. Then he goes through there and finds a place where the sun rises, and it comes out of a pool, and there are people who live there, and they have to run for cover so they don't get burned up by the sun coming out of this pool. And then he builds this giant wall, between these two mountains to hold back the hordes of Gog and Magog and so on. And that's exactly what the Quran says. The Quran copied Christian fan fiction about Alexander the Great and passed it off as revelation. This is why the Australian revert Musa Sarantonio, who was an ISIS recruiter, left Islam while he was in prison. The guy had a knack for languages, and he read the Syriac version of the Alexander legend, and he left Islam. He said, "There's no way this is revelation from God." And so, anyway, we're gonna put that out there for everyone to use, so that many more Muslims can look at that and go, "Oh my goodness, this is obviously not revelation from God." Cool times. Well, we're gonna check.
I have Al-Tabari, so I have that in my Israelite slideshow after the video, going through Dor Quran, and Al-Tabari actually fills in all the details that the Quran is missing from the Syriac legend. So the tafsir itself uses the Syriac legend to understand the Quran. Which is,
imagine that. That's one of the points you're making in the video, but it's about the Jewish sources that you have. Muhammad, he's plagiarizing them, but then you have the commentators, the Mufassirun. They're also going to Jewish sources to kind of fill in the details. God, what does it? You Muslims are watching. What does it take? Like how obvious? How obvious can he make it that he was a big plagiarist? Right? Like how? I don't know. Anyway, let's take these first couple of super chats, and we'll jump into the video. And we can pause and stop anytime you want to say anything, or we can just watch it all the way through. But then we'll get into some other things. Of course, the Jews are responsible for Islam also. Yep. They were, not intentionally, but they were. Because a plagiarist came along. Hey, Gif, Goof, hello. Thank you for reminding me of that awful day, Ida. I would love for not in the Zut sense to go mainstream. Yeah, that needs to be like the new, like, that's what she said, but not in the Zut sense. Oh, and you had, I saw Black Angel laughed at the 1.8 inch dilemma. Yeah, guys, that is Muslim debaters like the Muslim Lantern. If you missed it when we covered it, Andrew Wilson debated the Muslim Lantern on Muhammad's relationship with Aisha. Muslim Lantern doesn't deny it. He acknowledges that Muhammad did consummate a marriage with a 9-year-old girl. He just says, but there was nothing wrong with it because it didn't harm her. Well, Andrew Wilson did the research and so on. He found out that the length of the vaginal canal of a 9-year-old girl is about 2 inches. So if Muhammad didn't harm her when he consummated the marriage with her, he would have to be less than that. And so that's the 1.8 inch dilemma. Either Muhammad did harm her, in which case, according to the Muslim Lantern, he would be wrong and immoral for harming her, or he didn't harm her because he had a micro PP. So that's what you're stuck with when you go with Muhammad. And then we have David on time. Must have read a self-help book by Mike Winger. If I'd read anything by Mike Winger, I'd be so miserable and depressed right now, I would have just canceled the whole live stream. Chris could make a cooking channel where he cooks Islam and good food at the same time. Just ask him. No, that's what God Logic needs to do, right? He needs to make a cooking with Chef Logic book.
I was actually a chef for a while.
Oh, well, that's
So
actually cool.
Jack watches my streams a lot. And yeah, I worked in a professional kitchen for about a year and a half. So we were talking about the cuisines I could cook, and Jack came up with the idea of me making a cooking channel while also cooking Islam and all the other false religions at the
Oh,
same
you mean
time.
really cooking? Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
That'd be funny.
like literally cooking food while like commentating, like
Hmm.
yeah, I'm sauteing something and just like
You
yeah,
could you could make
Aisha was a child.
you could make
Yeah,
one you could make one kind of easy one where you're cooking up the Quran, right? And it's what we want to do is take 7 scoops of the Talmud and you put that in there, and then you want to take a little bit of these Gnostic sources, toss it in there, toss in this Syriac legend of Alexander, and mix it all up, and then bake that thing, and it comes out and it's just the Quran because that's what happened. Let's see. 2 of my favorite guys on at the same time, listening in while I do a pre-Shabbat lawn mowing. Please accept my humble jizya, brothers. May God continue to richly bless you both. Thank you. And, this is very rude. You covered it up, but we understand what you're saying, man. Very rude. Jews equal OG offline internet trolls. People sometimes, I think, were trolling Muhammad, and he just didn't know.
oh yeah.
Allah better be careful. Jews may copyright strike. Oh yeah, that would be funny. Hey, that would be a funny video. We get like some some rabbis and they sue Islam for copyright infringement. That would be a funny video.
Me and Christian Gadfly are supposed to do that skit, but because of his new baby, he's been unable to do anything. But that is one of our skit ideas that we're we're gonna do.
Hey man, hey Christian Gadfly, the world doesn't stop because of babies, man.
It's true.
Still gotta do work, man. And we got Ida here, always here to remind you, Chris, Shabbat, Shalom as well. And I'm convinced if Muhammad was alive today, Thomas Jefferson, Joseph Smith, Charles Manson, Bruce Wayne, and Gandalf would have been in the line of prophets. Absolutely. He just took anyone was talking about. Oh, yeah, he's the prophet too. He's the prophet. He's a prophet. He's a prophet. Everyone's a prophet. Dear Dr. Wood, when did you turn AP into a Viking? And we've got make the channel cooking only haram food. Well, how are Muslims going to love it then, man? And finally here we've got Ida again. David, stop trying to poison people. At least tell them to eat dates before. I know. Everyone got to eat your 7 ajwa dates so you don't die of poisoning like Muhammad did. You don't want to do that. All right, you ready to jump in this video?
Absolutely.
So, guys, for anyone who jumped in late, Chris has been going through the Talmud for a long time and finding the parallels with the Quran and making videos and doing live streams about that. But he's put things together into a solid video, which the rest of the content of on his channel expands upon, but you've got a nice shareable video now. Link is in the description. We're going to go ahead and watch it. And yep, this would be a really good video to share with your Muslim friends, especially if they're just sitting around whining about Jews one day and so on. Just, well, if you got such a problem with Jews, why does Muhammad love their sources so much? And share the video. Pretty easy, pretty straightforward. All right, let's check this out.
If you are honestly mistaken about something and someone shows
Why are you in a suit? You trying to be a banker or something?
no, for the whole Talmudic Dilemma series on my channel, I've been in a suit. There was a joke for the first one of man dressed up for the funeral of Islam. Because I was in a black suit with a red tie, and then every video I've done so far, I've done like 36 videos on the Talmudic Dilemma. All of them have been in suits. So
Zoot suits. All right, here we go.
if you are honestly mistaken about something and someone shows you the truth, then either you cease to be mistaken, you realize you're mistaken, you admit it, or you cease to be honest and you double down on your lies. In this video, I'm going to show you pretty good evidence that the Quran is man-made. It's not made by God. And I hope by the end of this video, you're actually going to think about and ponder this evidence and come to the conclusion that the Quran is man-made and that you remain honest and that you're not becoming a liar, but that you take in this information and you remain honest. So the Quran uses the Bible about 1,400 to 1,500 times. It's roughly a quarter of all of the ayah of the Quran is about biblical characters, both the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Old Testament is talked about over 1,000 times, significantly more so than the New Testament. And the Quran uses these stories in a variety of different ways. I've narrowed it down to 3 base ways that the Quran uses the biblical narrative. The first way is that it gets it correct. It's just mostly right. We see this with the enunciation of Mary. We see it with Jesus. We see it with Zechariah and the announcement of John the Baptist. So we see that it can quote the Bible and get things pretty much correctly. But we also get these 2 other ways that the Quran is using these biblical motifs and characters. We get in the second method that it is semi-accurate. It's using biblical characters, but it's not using it in ways that actually happened. It's changing it slightly. And then in the last one, it is just straight up errors. Like the Pharaoh and having Haman in his court, Saul and Gideon, the test of the armies being mixed up between them, and Mary and Miriam being mixed up. And there's like 1,400 years between these 2 women, but the Quran treats them as if they're the same person. These
Go ahead and recap those for everyone.
Okay. So the Mary and Miriam, she is called the daughter of Imran, the daughter of the wife of Imran, which is, it's biological there, and then the sister of Aaron. Those indicators, so the normal Sheikh response is, oh, those are just titles. They're she's from a priestly line. So these are like, even in the Bible, it says that Elizabeth is from she's a daughter of Aaron and she's from the priestly line. And it's like, okay, that's fine. But if it is the daughter of Imran, the daughter of the wife of Imran and the sister of Aaron, those are no longer, abstract titles. That describes a family unit. And if the Miriam, who is the sister of Aaron, is also the mother of Jesus, Isa, that's 1,400 years between the 2. So that can't be the same person, which might actually come from Jewish tradition as well, because they taught that all the prophets rode the same burra, the same donkey, and it's pretty interesting. So his timeline of history might be like shrunk because he thought that everything was happening in rapid succession versus being thousands of years. That's its own debate and argument and everything else. But it's still a mix-up between Mary and Miriam. And then Saul and Gideon, this is in Surah Baqarah, towards the end in 275, if I remember correctly. And it is basically Saul is told to go down and cup water, or to tell his people to drink water and cup the waters into their mouths. And that is actually from Gideon. It's not actually Saul doing it. And there's a variety of other errors within that narrative. Sharik Khan, with the Master Key approach, he details I think like 16 errors of that section, and then points out where it differs with the Bible and where it agrees with the Rabbinic, or where it can't be. And then you look at what are the motives to change the text in there to be different from the Quran. What were the motives for the Jewish scribes to alter their book so that it doesn't line up with the Quran? And there is no motive. There's no political motive. There's no financial motive. There's no gaining women motive. There's nothing that. So like, there's no reason for a scribe to change the text to make both Saul and Gideon do that test, or to remove one of them doing that test. So it obviously either had to be accidental, which it couldn't have been because we have it in all these different manuscripts throughout all the world. And then it just appears to be an error, a failure of the Quran. And then I forgot what the other one I said was.
No, yeah. So I'm talking about these 3 ways, man. I mean these 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 3 patterns you find.
Okay.
So you're recapping the third one. So you're
The
pointing
third
out.
one, yes.
And I just want to make sure before you break down like the best explanations for these things. Want to make sure people have that down. So guys, you find biblical characters and biblical stories and so on in the Quran. And Chris points out that they kind of fall into 3 categories. Is one where it's basically the same thing you find in the Bible, and so if the Quran were actually from God, these would be the parts that make the most sense, because the Quran's affirming those scriptures, and then it would line up with the scriptures, and so that would be pretty solid ground right there. Then you have where it's it's the same story, but it's getting something wrong. It's a similar story to ones we're familiar with, but it's getting something wrong. And then you've got the ones where it's just like complete nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. Like Mary, the mother of Jesus, and Miriam, the sister of Aaron and Moses, being the same person. And so anyway, these are kind of it's a good breakdown for understanding different how the Bible is referenced in the Quran. And but you have to explain, you as a Muslim, you would have to explain this, right? So why is it that sometimes the Quran pretty much matches the Bible story? Why is it other times it's clearly trying to tell the same story but gets something wrong? And then other times when it sounds like an idiot. It sounds like a complete idiot. And Chris thinks he has discovered the best explanation for all of this. But
it's worth noting that the vast majority of them fall into that second category of it just disagreeing. Like the details are different.
All right, let's check this out.
Stories are obvious errors, and there are dozens of them, and that by itself alludes to the fact that the author of the Quran is not God, because God wouldn't make these types of mistakes. But we have so much more evidence for the human authorship of the Quran that we're going to go over in this video, that I just wanted to bring out these categories and what best explains each of these categories of how the Quran is using the biblical material. Well, number 3 is easy. That's just a man-made error. If the author of the Quran is just a human and doesn't have perfect knowledge of history or the Bible or its characters, if it gets those type of things wrong, that would indicate human authorship. Now, number 2 is also interesting. Number 1, where the Bible, it's just accurate, it just gets everything right. That just shows that the author of the Quran either had knowledge or access to the Gospels. It had access to those narratives to be able to faithfully render them inside of its own text, inside the Quran. Well, number 2 is interesting. It's going to be mostly what we focus on in this video, where it takes characters from the Bible, but then it changes it and alters it. Then you get some Frankensteinian monster out on the other end. Well, it turns out whenever you examine these stories, like, Abraham smashing idols and Solomon and the Queen of Sheba and the bird and all that, speaking ants, a la Dr. Doolittle, all of those type of things, turns out it's from the Jews, from the rabbis.
Chris, you share something in common with Thaddeus in that you both grin while watching yourself.
Yeah.
Thaddeus will sit here and watch his own video, and it could be the 50th time, and he'll be grinning up a storm watching himself. All right, I backed it up a little. Let's see.
And Solomon and the Queen of Sheba and the bird and all that, speaking ants, a la Dr. Doolittle, all of those type of things, turns out it's from the Jews, from the rabbis. So let's go through a number of these examples and show, for number 3, if the errors of the Quran is best explained by human authorship, and number 2 is best explained by stealing from the Talmud and other sources, and then number 2 also has true biblical history within it, so he could actually be quoting Christians and Jews as they quote the originals accurately, and that's how he knows about these stories. All of that kind of mixed together is going to be our argument for the human authorship of the Quran. So what do I mean by the Talmud being used for the Quran as source material? Well, there's many different stories in which the Quran is stealing from the Bible. But before that, can we quickly define what the Torah is according to the author of the Quran? Because it's my contention that the author of the Quran didn't know what the Torah actually was, and it thought that the Torah was the Talmud. Why would I say that? Because in Surah 532, it says, "We ordained for the children of Israel." So this is a law given by Allah to the Jews, and then it quotes Sanhedrin. It quotes the Talmud. So it says hey, this is in our scriptures that we gave to the Jews, and it's quoting something from the Talmud. It does this a lot. It says that the description of the Jews inside of the Torah is as donkey carrying books. That's again a Talmudic reference. We have lots of places where it says, hey, you'll find this, this, and this inside of the Torah. And whenever we look at the Torah, it's not there. like the Zabiba. We look at the Talmud, and you do find parallels that he could be alluding to. So right away, the author of the Quran seems to be mixing up the Torah and the Talmud with its references. It doesn't seem to fully know the distinguishing difference between actual Torah and the oral Torah that the Jews were practicing, preaching, and believing in at the time of Muhammad. So let's go through some examples of what's actually stolen, what's alluded to, and all of that thing. There's a lot of stories that are just straight up rip-offs of the rabbinic versions. Surah 12, for example, with the Joseph narrative, is extremely Jewish and Christian from the man-made myths that were being developed in the 200s, 300s, 400s, and 500s even. So stories that are circulating around Arabia and are popular at the time that actually disagree with the biblical narrative but are being given for theological purposes. The Quran adopts some of those stories and motifs even though they're not from God. For example, Jacob sending the brothers through different gates because they are beautiful and handsome, and he feared the evil eye for them. Now, the plain reading of the Talmud and the Quran is very explicit, and it's surface level for sure. But it's not just the surface level explanation for many of these, it's also the scholarly, the tafsir explanation of these stories use the rabbinic understanding, because people like Ibn Abbas and Ibn Huraira, they are not stealing, they're being taught and trained by ex-Jews and ex-Christians who converted to the faith, and a lot of that got carried over into the understanding of Islam that we find in the Hadith and the Tafsir through Israeliyat, the stories of the Jews. They were accepted largely because of dudes that had very big influence within early Islamic thought, such as Abdullah ibn Salam, Tayyib al-Ahbar, and Wahb ibn Muawiyah. These people were heavily knowledgeable about those old stories and may have even brought a physical Talmud, because there's times where Ibn Kathir literally quotes it. But we see in some of these places it's not just the Quran stealing from it, the Tafsir did too. So the Islamic understanding of these type of passages with the evil eye, or even with Jacob appearing in a window and telling Joseph not to have intercourse with Potiphar's wife, where, he appears in the window and he says, "Son, don't do this. Don't you want to be remembered in the grave?" And then, Joseph, in response to this, because he really wanted to sleep with Potiphar's wife, he dug his fingers into the ground and ejected semen into the earth. Crazy. So man gooned through his fingertips. That story is found within the Tafsir on this section. So the Tafsir is using the Talmudic story, and this story is wild.
Hang on. I just wanted to pause on. Oh, darn! I lost my place. Where were we? I wanted to pause on a couple of those. I wanted to pause on a couple of them to read them. Where are we?
I do have them in the presentation for later if you want.
Oh, okay.
But
let me just play it right here.
Want to be remembered in the grave? And then, Joseph, in response to this, because he really wanted to sleep with Potiphar's wife, he dug his fingers into the ground and ejected semen into the earth. Crazy. So man gooned through his fingertips. That story is found. Image there. So that image there is the god of earth in Egyptian mythology, Geb. So we have Joseph digging his fingers into the earth. So I made Geb become pregnant, which is why that image comes up. There's people in the chat like, what in the world is that picture? It's the god of the earth in Egypt getting pregnant from Joseph.
Kind of weird. All right, let's check
within the Tafsir.
There we go. Tafsir Jalalain, Ibn Abbas said, Jacob was made to appear before him, and he struck Joseph's breast, whereupon his sexual desire withdrew from his body through his fingernails.
Jalalain is quoting Tabari.
And you've got Ibn Kathir. As for the evidence that Yusuf saw at that moment, he saw an ayah from among Allah's ayat that repelled the thought that crossed his mind. This evidence might have been the image of Jacob. All right.
Yes. So Al-Tabari also gives these explanations for pretty much everything that we're going to go through. Al-Tabari he's one of the earliest tafsir, and he's also like one of the most authoritative. He is quoting Ibn Abbas and Mujahid and a couple other dudes, a couple of the Sahaba that are very important people, and he just quotes them for all of this rabbinic stuff. So the idea of Jacob coming in a window and then he, goons through his fingers, that is from Tabari as well. So it's not just, oh, it's just Jaleel and Ibn Kathir comes super late or not as important. No, it's like it's Qurtubi, it's Al-Tabari, like very important dudes. Section. So the tafsir is using the Talmudic story, and this story is wild. It has no sense. It has no reason to be there, but these scholars are using this to explain away the Quran. And we see this all over the place in so many different stories. So it's not just the Quran surface level borrowing from the Jews, but the tafsirs, the scholars of the hadiths, are borrowing from the Jews as well. This problem is so pervasive because all of your religion is founded on rabbinic Judaism, not Judaism that goes back to Sinai, Judaism that goes back to 200 AD, after the time of Jesus. And between Jesus and Muhammad, there were no prophets. So this is fresh, new things, new commentary, new beliefs, new myths that are not from Sinai, that are being found inside of the Quran and the Hadith and the Tafsir. Why? If your religion is from Allah, why is it so much from humans and specifically from the Jews? But let's go through many examples just so you can get a sense of how deep this problem truly is.
Not in the Zut sense.
For example,
just so everyone knows, I've been restraining myself probably like 40 times since we've been watching this video. I saw a perfect opportunity for a Zut joke. I did not make it.
I still want to make the video where I just say the David Woods Impossible Challenge and just do a bunch of innuendos.
Oh, yeah, that'd be funny.
Oh.
Here you go.
Truly is. For example, your prophets being sinless, the Isma doctrine. That is stolen from the Jews. Abraham smashing idols, stolen from the Jews. Abraham conversion by looking at stars, stolen from the Jews. Abraham meeting the three visitors, stolen from the Jews. Abraham building the Kaaba, possibly stolen from the Jews. I made a video on it. Solomon speaking to birds and using birds to pick up chicks and to kill people. That is stolen from the Jews. And also very funny. It's in Surah 27. Adam being a giant and shrinking over time, as well as the prostration of the angels not being able to name them, the Garden of Eden being in heaven, then them being segmented to earth. All of that Jewish. As is the story of the mountain being picked up in Surah 263. We see that Mount Sinai was picked up and held over the Jews. This never happened. Not only do we have no archaeological evidence for whatsoever, this is also from the Talmud explicitly, and many other prophets that I haven't mentioned. But it's not just that your stories are stolen, your theology is stolen too. Not only is all of your theological language stolen from Aramaic and Hebrew and Syriac from the Jews and Christians, but also your beliefs about Jannah and Gehenna, specifically your beliefs in the four rivers of paradise, everyone being given a portion of Jannah and Gehenna, and that there's only a thin wall dividing them, which comes in the Hadith. That's from the Talmud. Even your idea of Judgment Day, all of it. So the angels on your shoulders writing your books of right and wrong deeds themselves being weighed on the scales of Allah, and Allah making your scales easier. He's tipping them in the favor of those who He shows kindness to. All of your Judgment Day is extremely Jewish and Talmudic. The idea of the resurrection being such a big deal, and those who deny the resurrection going to hell, that is Talmudic. The idea that dreams are prophecy, that God can speak to you through them. The idea that sleep is a form of death and God has to return your soul to you when you wake up. All of these things are extremely Jewish. Pretty much all of your demonology and all of your beliefs on jinn and witchcraft and all of that is stolen from the Jews and from mostly the Talmud. The fact that there was a book, a kitab, given to all people groups by a prophet among their community, that's just straight up from the Talmud. Including the beliefs of Qadar and predestination, that everything is predetermined by the book and what was written in it. That is again from the Jews. And same with the Divine Council and jinn trying to hear about the Divine Council's assemblies, behind the curtain, Allah having two right hands, seven heavens, God only liking even numbers, not liking odd, or He only likes odd numbers, He doesn't like even numbers, so you have to wipe with a certain number of stones that are odd numbered. That's again from the Jews. It's from Jewish superstition from Babylon specifically, including God holding up the sky so it doesn't fall apart and fall down a la Chicken Little. That's Jewish. God turning people into pigs and apes for breaking the Sabbath. That's Jewish, ironically. And also the categories of even shirk and kafar. Those categories themselves are Jewish. But it's not just your stories and your theology that is stolen, it's also your practices. The 5 pillars are extremely Jewish. Jews have the 3 daily prayers that you find inside the Quran. They pray with the Qibla towards Jerusalem as Muhammad did for a decade. Pilgrimage, Hajj, that is all from the Jews, your pillars of your faith are rabbinic, not from Sinai, not from a
What's that?
So, I don't mention 2 of the other pillars there, but those are also stolen. The Shahada may be coming from Aramaic. It's Sahadutha for witnesses. So if you're a witness of something, it's the Sahadutha. And then Zom as well, fasting. That is also something that they do in practice, and it's very similar. No food or water, where Christians do specifically food fast. They drink water still. But the no food or water for a full day, and then you eat and drink at night whenever day breaks. That's Jewish. It's Yom Kippur. They still do that today. The one on the Chicken Little sky holding up, that's actually Jacob of Sarug. That's a Christian, not a Jew. So I'm retroactively abrogating my own video. That is a Christian source, not a Jewish source.
Shame on you. Why can we trust anything you say now?
I know. Also, I have a 5-hour stream on the demonology of Islam, just reading one giant section of the Talmud, and it's really funny. But legit takes like 4 hours to read it all, and it's just exactly where the source of all the jinn, like all the jinn beliefs, theories, ideas, and all the demonology and like all the superstition, a lot of the practices, all their stuff with witchcraft, all of that comes from like one section of the Talmud. That's really, really funny to read.
I'm not sure what the Jewish sources say, but some of the Muslim commentators said that the Shahada, that the group called the Sabians had the Shahada, there is no God but Allah, so La ilaha illallah, and then Muhammad tacked on and Muhammad is his messenger and so on. But that was a group that like traced themselves back to John the Baptist. They claim to follow John the Baptist and so on.
Pilgrimage, Hajj, that is all from the Jews. Your pillars of your faith are rabbinic, not from Sinai, not from a prophet, but from Jews who invented it in the 200s, 300s, and 400s. Only having 4 wives, and the reason why you have 4 wives is for equity between them, for both financial and sexual fairness between the women. That is all Jewish from the Talmud. Use the same logic on why you can only have 4 wives. It's crazy. Your beliefs on how you treat your women, other than, beating them, that comes from the Jews. It's wild. And it's not just all that, but it's even the names of Allah are stolen from things like Bereshit Rabbah, that the names like Ar-Rahman, the merciful one, the bestower of mercy. That is a Jewish phrase from Yemen that he picked up. And mind you, these names are not biblical names. These are not names that appeared from prophets. These are names that are only appearing by the Jewish rabbis hundreds of years after prophecy had ended according to Islam. Why is it in the Quran? Why is it...
I'll back it up here, but Ash Mays says, found a place called Zoody's Kosher Deli in Brooklyn. Theory is now a fact. Yeah, I posted a screenshot from the movie Dredd, about Judge Dredd, and there was a scene where behind him there was a hot dog place called Zoot Dog, and we know who controls Hollywood. So this is all making sense. Everyone, it's all coming together. They're sending us messages. Yeah, here we go.
Only appearing by the Jewish rabbis hundreds of years after prophecy had ended according to Islam. Why is it in the Quran? Why is it in your system? And it's not just all those things. There's an additional 53 things I didn't even mention in this video. There's so many things that are stolen. The vast majority of the Quranic material is stolen from Jews, Christians, Zoroastrians, Greeks, Romans, and pagans. Your entire religious system is stolen from people before him. This is why Muhammad was known as the ear, because you have things like the sleepers of the cave of Ephesus being stolen from the Christians, the infancy narratives of Jesus being stolen from the Gnostics. You have Houris being stolen from the Zoroastrians. You have the age of nursing possibly from the Greeks, it could also be from the Talmud. And you also have the Semens theory, the two Semens theory, coming from the Greeks. And then you also have the satanic verses coming from the pagans among some of the other practices, including like what happens at the Kaaba. So we have all these systems being in place, and the ear just copied from all of them and made one weird death cult that controls large sections of the world now. So the things that are the most original to your religion are things like killing dogs and Muhammad being gay and having sex with children, murdering his critics, and the satanic verses. These are the things that are original to Islam that shows that he is a false prophet. These are not. So there is in Ibn Ashaq, page 311, it talks about how Muhammad saw an infant crawling before him, and he said, if I'm alive when she grows up, I will marry her. So he actually desired an infant. So when we talk about like, oh,
which means if I'm alive 5 years from now, then we're good.
Right. So he had the dream of Aisha at 5, married her at 6, and then consummated at 9. But he was already desiring girls as young as like infancy.
Pretty nasty.
Yeah.
Nasty, gross dude.
Children, murdering his critics, and the satanic verses. These are the things that are original to Islam that shows that he is a false prophet. These are not things that are from God. God would not command you to murder all dogs, or to just murder the black dogs, or to children. He would not command that, yet Muhammad did. Not only did he do it, he encouraged it. Now, one of the rebuttals that I get the most by Muslims is the Talmud is actually just quoting the Quran. It's not that the Talmud and Midrash is the source material for the Quran. It's actually that the Quran is the source material for the Talmud and the Midrash, and the Jews are actually stealing from Muhammad, not Muhammad stealing from the Jews. That doesn't work for a wide variety of reasons.
Guys, pay attention to this. This is very important, and this is one of the responses you'll get from Muslims, right? If you point out the parallels, they'll point out, well, our copies of the Talmud are from later than the Quran, so it's obviously Jews who were copying the Talmud from the Quran rather than the Quran copying from the Talmud, as Muhammad was basically hearing Jews talk about stories that were in the Talmud and so on. So anyway, back it up slightly. Pay attention to this response because it's a good response.
Quoting the Quran. It's not that the Talmud and Midrash is the source material for the Quran. It's actually that the Quran is the source material for the Talmud and the Midrash, and the Jews are actually stealing from Muhammad, not Muhammad stealing from the Jews. That doesn't work for a wide variety of reasons. The main reason is the language use itself. So the way that scholars date materials is not based on the manuscript dating itself. Manuscripts really don't matter that much. We have a bunch of examples of history where we have a manuscript that is, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 years after it was written, because that's our oldest surviving copy of it. And yet we still firmly place that the original was written 1,000 plus years before it. So even if the earliest complete Talmud is from the 1100s, that doesn't mean that it wasn't written 600 years before that. We have fragments from 100 to 200 years after the Talmud was written, but we have complete codexes and complete commentaries on those codexes in earlier time period. Like we have commentaries from the 800s and 900s. So people knew about it, people were talking about it, and we have different sources to show when the book was written. One of the easiest ways to tell that the Talmud was before the Quran is the influence of foreign languages or loan words within both texts. So the Quran has hundreds, if not thousands, of loan words from Persian, from Aramaic, from Syriac, which are kind of the same thing, and also from Hebrew. There's a lot of Hebrew words inside of the Quran. These words are borrowed from the rabbinic sources. So we can see, like, oh yeah, the Quran is being influenced by the Talmud because it's Arabized, even though it says it's pure Arabic. It's Arabized loan words that are being placed inside of it. One such important loan word is Shekinah. In the Quran, it's called sakana. That word is the dwelling or the glory of God on earth. It happens 6 times in the Quran, 3 of which are happening in Surah 48. In Surah 48:26 is very important. Then Allah sent down his Shekinah upon his messenger and upon the believers and made them stick to the word of piety. And they were well entitled to it and they were worthy of it. It's from the Halali Khan. That phraseology of they were entitled to it and they were worthy of it actually comes from the Talmud. So this is a Talmudic allusion. But this word itself, Shekinah, is a word rabbis invented. That's a combination of 2 other words. They slam it together in order to create this new meaning. This word itself does not appear in the Bible. This word does not appear, the roots of it appear in the Bible, but Shekinah itself does not appear in the Bible. So this is a rabbinic term that was first used in the Mishnah hundreds of years after that. And even after, my opinion, it's after the time of Jesus that it was first being used, because we don't even see it in the New Testament. So the Shekinah.
What's up?
So this is one of the things that I've gotten pushed back from on both Muslims and rabbinic Jews, ironically. So Shekinah is the root of it, and it means to dwell. So Shekinah is in the Hefal form, where it is like the dwelling of. So it's just a different grammatical form. But this grammatical form doesn't appear in the Bible. And it is used by the rabbis in a different way than what the Bible uses it for God. The rabbis started to believe that God can't dwell physically on the planet. He can't come to Earth because he's eternal, he's infinite, so the infinite can't come into the finite, which is actually where Muslims get that idea. So because they had this view, this idea, they actually started to mythicize God's coming. So all of the theophanies are no longer actual theophanies. Now it's just this Shekinah glory, this divine presence on the earth. And that's, at the same time, God is kind of there, but also not kind of there. He's not fully there. So, all the places in Genesis 18 where he comes and eats food, they're like, oh, that couldn't have happened. Or they're like, oh, those are just angels. That's not actually God. Then whenever he wrestles with Jacob, and oh, that's not actually God. So they make it into this surrogate. They said they did the same thing with the Memra, or the logos of God as well. If you read the Targums, it talks about how there is this divine Memra, the divine word of God that was used to create the universe. And the Memra of God, the logos, comes and does all of these physical things that it describes God of doing. So actually, John 1 is not a Greek thing, it's an Aramaic thing coming from the Targums, coming from Second Temple Judaism. So Christianity, the New Testament, is oh, it's also just Greek, the same thing happens to you. It's no. It's all coming out of not rabbinic, but pre-rabbinic stuff and the Targums. The idea of a divine word of God interacting in the world and a symbolic presence of God. The presence of God comes after the Memra, because the Memra was used by Christians to show Jesus. They stopped using the Memra, then they started using Shekinah in place of it. And then the rabbis oh, no, it's just Shekinah. So then they whitewash their own history with the word. And then the Arabic also has this root, because they're both Semitic languages, and the root in Arabic means tranquility. It means calmness. It doesn't mean to dwell. The way it's used in the Quran, it's used only 6 times, 3 of which is in Surah 48, 1 of which is in Surah 2, where it talks about the Ark of the Covenant. And the Ark of the Covenant, one of its names is actually the Tabut al-Sakina. So it is it's the box, the coffin of God's presence. It's roughly what we can translate it as. That's what the Ark of the Covenant essentially is. It's God's presence on earth in the Holy of Holies. And we have inside of the Shekinah there, it's obviously God's presence. So the other 5 instances you see in the Quran, it also appears to be God's presence and how it's used. And it says that Muhammad was supported by the Shekinah, and also Moses was supported by the Shekinah. So the way it's used in the Quran matches the way it's used by the rabbis in the Talmud, not the way that it is commonly used in either Hebrew or in Arabic. So it's using a very specific rabbinic idea to describe the presence of God on earth, because they too reject God physically dwelling, even though in Surah Taha, Moses meets Allah in the burning bush. It just says that they meet, but whatever. Just contradictions.
want to pause real quick because we have a Muslim trying to make claims over here. Okay, so Allah, only amazing God, says, Prophet Isa, peace be upon him, said he was sent for last sheeps of Israel. If it's true, many of you are not the sheeps of Israel. Last prophet Muhammad was sent down for the world for being final prophet. Do you know how absolutely clueless you sound to anyone who's read the Gospels or the Quran? Like, do you even know, dude? Hey, Allah, only amazing God. Where did Jesus say he was only sent for the lost sheep of Israel? Yeah, I don't want to take too much time pausing. Let me go ahead and break this down for you. Allah, only amazing God. When you look this up, you'll read it in the Gospel of Matthew. Do yourself and everyone else a favor and keep reading until the end. When Jesus sends out his followers and tells them to go into all the world, making disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. And then ask yourself, why do you stop there and not continue and see what Jesus does? He goes there. And by the way, the disciples do the same thing. They would go preach to the Jews first and then go to the Gentiles. But here's what's interesting. If you want to say, well, this verse says he's only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And therefore, you can ignore everything that comes after that. You can ignore how he becomes the light to the Gentile. In other words, what you see in the gospel is exactly what is prophesied in Isaiah. He's going to go to the Jews, but then he's going to end up being a light for the Gentiles. Now, Muslims want to insist, no, he's just for the children of Israel. Interesting, because the Quran says that the gospel was revealed as a guidance for mankind. But going with your view of, if you read a verse, then it says he's only sent to this group, then just ignore everything that comes after that. Let me give you an example of how you just showed that Muhammad isn't for all people, right? Surah 14, verse 4, Allah says, and we sent not a messenger except with the language of his people in order that he might make the message clear for them. What's that say? Allah says he only sends a messenger in the who speaks the language of the people that the message is directed to. What language did Muhammad speak? And what language is the Quran in? Arabic. Well, what's that mean according to Surah 14, verse 4? That Muhammad is the prophet to Arabic speakers. He only sends a prophet to the people who speak the language, in their language, right? And if that's not enough for you, Surah 42, verse 7, Allah says, and thus have we revealed to you an Arabic Quran that you may warn the mother city and those around it. The mother city is usually interpreted as Mecca. Why did Allah reveal the Quran in Arabic? He says that you may warn the mother city and those around it. In other words, a bunch of Arabic speakers. So if we're going to stop there and not read anything else in the Quran about what Muhammad's purpose is and so on, well then, Muhammad isn't the prophet for the rest of the world. So you get it? I hope you understand that. I know lots of times our Muslim friends have a serious problem understanding simple points. Break it down for you once more. If you're going to say, Jesus said this right here, so let's ignore later on when he sends his disciples into all the world to make disciples of all nations, we're just going to stop there and not continue the story. Okay, well, then when Allah says, I only send prophets to their group in their language, and then he says, and the reason I revealed the Quran in Arabic was for Arabic speakers in and around Mecca, don't read anything after that. That's your method. Or you can say, well, if I want to believe that Muhammad is sent for all people, then obviously I don't want to stop there. I want to read the rest of the Quran. Okay, do that with the gospel. And then you don't get the result you want. What's the point here? The point is your religion forces you to be a hypocrite. Your religion forces you to have changing methodologies and standards to get the result that you want. Because it's not true. Because it's not true. And so, anyway, just wanted to answer that for you, so maybe you can actually pay attention to the video and try to respond to it. So why don't you try to respond to us? Why don't you tell us why Muhammad is copying everything from the Jews, but not from what is actual revelation in the Torah or even the prophets, but the Quran is taking tons of material from later sources that aren't prophetic, very frequently just like commentaries, just like, in other words, imagine I come and I claim to be a prophet right now, and I claim that that I'm quoting the Quran as revelation, but then I just quote like Ibn Kathir, and it's something that the Quran never says, and I quote Tabari, and it's something the Quran doesn't say. And would it be clear that I don't know what I'm talking about? Right? That's the situation you're in. So focus on the point and pay attention. All right, I backed it up a little bit.
Invented. That's a combination of two other words. They slam it together in order to create this new meaning. This word itself does not appear in the Bible. This word does not appear, the roots of it appear in the Bible, but Shekinah itself does not appear in the Bible. So this is a rabbinic term that was first used in the Mishnah hundreds of years after that, and even after, my opinion, it's after the time of Jesus that it was first being used, because we don't even see it in the New Testament. So the Shekinah that appears in the Quran is a fabricated word by rabbis, and the Quran uses its theological meaning that the rabbis are using. This is a word that should not exist in the Quran because it's not Arabic, and the Quran says it's pure Arabic, and it is a loan word from humans. Why is God using this word when this is a word invented by humans? That's not even accurate, because Muslims believe Allah can't enter into reality. And this is what that word is describing. It's Allah entering into reality. This word, and then the surrounding quotations of the Talmud in it, just shows that the Quran is false. But there's many such words that are stolen from the Jews, so your vocabulary is stolen from the Jews. But interestingly, the Talmud, because remember, this is testing which one came first. Did the Talmud come first or the Quran come first? The Quran has hundreds, if not thousands, of loan words from Jews and Christians. The Talmud is zero. There's not a single Arabic loan word within the Talmud. If the Talmud came after the Quran, you would see many of them. You would see Arabized writing systems because the Jews were conquered. We see this in other written works by Jews after the Quran. And all of the midrashes and all of like the halakhic material coming out of Maimonides, their writing system is more akin to Muslim writing than it was to the Jewish writing of the Talmud. So the Jewish writings after the Quran are noticeably different. The Talmud doesn't have any of that. Therefore, the Talmud is dated before the Quran. So the Quran is copying from it, not it from the Talmud, or it from the Quran. So it's definitely earlier. You know, every modern scholar just about dates it earlier than the Quran, dates it in the 500s. Not only do we have testimony to the 500s, but we also have reasons to believe that it is older than that. I also hear Muslims say, oh, well, all this material just came from the prophets. It didn't actually come from...
What's that?
For the testimony side of it, we have like 13 early rabbis, including the Talmud itself. The Talmud itself says when it was written. In Bava Metzia, 86a. That's how it opens up, and it says, like, Judah the Prince ended the Mishnah, and then we have Ravana ending the Talmud. So we have a bunch of sources that all date it to between 500 and 514 AD. There's, like, over a dozen early Jews and historians that are dating the Talmud's recension to that time period.
1 second here. We finally got a response. Allah, only amazing God says, sheep of Israel is separated around the world. The key word is lost, sheep of Israel. You are not loin of Israeli. Therefore, the prophet Isa has nothing to do with Gentiles. Okay, and where'd you get that from? Where'd you get lost sheep of house of Israel? Oh, from the Gospel of Matthew. Did you bother reading it? Again, you didn't. Matthew chapter 10, same book. you're getting this from. Well, when I say same book you're getting this from, I know you're not getting this from. You're getting this from a bunch of Dawa clowns, but I'm trying to show you that you shouldn't be getting information about Jesus from Dawa clowns. They are compulsive chronic liars. So Jesus says that, right? And you said, nope, Jesus has nothing to do with Gentiles. Okay. Matthew 10, starting at verse 17. But be on your guard against people, for they will hand you over to the courts and flog you in their synagogues. And you will even be brought before governors and kings on my account as a testimony to them and to the Gentiles. Jesus says it. You're giving testimony to the Gentiles, right? You're bringing a message to the Gentiles. Jesus says it in the same book you're quoting, but you don't even know what you're quoting because you listen to Dawa clowns, right? By the way, same Gospel of Matthew. It says, but Jesus, aware of this, withdrew from there. Many followed him, and he healed them all and warned them not to tell who he was. This happened so that what was spoken through Isaiah the prophet would be fulfilled. Here's the quote. Behold, my servant whom I have chosen, my beloved, in whom my soul delights. I will put my spirit upon him, and he will proclaim justice to the Gentiles. He will not quarrel nor cry out, nor will anyone hear his voice in the streets. A bent reed he will not break off, and a dimly burning wick he will not extinguish until he leads justice to victory. And in his name the Gentiles will hope. Why do you sit here completely ripping what Jesus says out of context and contradict him? Say one more thing at this point. Just say one more thing about Jesus only not being for Gentiles. Go ahead and say it once, because I'm just going to block you, dude. I'm just going to block you. When I just gave you what the actual gospel that you're just completely massacring, when I show you what it actually says and you just keep saying the same thing, then what you're telling us is you're not interested in reality or truth or speaking truthfully about Jesus. You are here to lie. That's what you're saying. Did you not hear the beginning of Chris's video, man? Chris, what'd you say if you believe something wrong and someone shows you the truth, and what does that do?
Yeah, it's an old proverb. If you're honestly mistaken and you've been corrected, then you can either remain honest or you can remain mistaken.
So, Allah, only amazing God, who for some reason only produces people who lie compulsively. We're giving you the benefit of the doubt and just concluding, like so many before you, that you have no clue what you're talking about. You heard something from the Dawa script, and without investigating, without reading anything, you just keep spouting it over and over again. Okay, we just showed you. According to the exact same gospel that you guys take that quote from, it specifically says Jesus is sent so that the Gentiles will put their hope in his name. And he tells his followers that they're going to be brought before kings as a testimony to the Gentiles. So go ahead, say it one more time. Nope, nothing to do with Gentile, nothing. Go ahead and say it one more time, because then we'll know, right? Benefit of the doubt, you didn't know. You were clueless and gullible, and you fell for the Dawa script. Now you've been informed. If you say the same thing over again, it means you are you know that you're wrong, and now you're aware of it, which would mean you're a liar. So any more comments? Because we're trying to watch a video here, and maybe you didn't listen before. We're trying to watch a video. How about using some of the brain power that God gave you for once, right? See, when you just, Dawa guy said this, let me repeat Dawa guy. You're not using a whole lot of brain power, right? You're allowing other people to use you as a megaphone for their lies. That is a pathetic existence, a bad way to live. So, we're telling you, how about actually using your brain for the purpose that God gave it to you for, so that you can distinguish truth from lies. We just showed you you've been lied to, and you've been spreading lies. Now you have an opportunity. All right, anyway. I backed it up a little. Let's go ahead and finish.
Earlier, every modern scholar just about dates it earlier than the Quran, dates it in the 500s. Not only do we have testimony to the 500s, but we also have reasons to believe that it is older than that. I also hear Muslims say, oh, well, all this material just came from the prophets. It didn't actually come from humans, it just came from the prophets, and the humans faithfully recorded them from generation to generation until we end up at the Quran. The problem with that is a lot of the stuff that the Quran is copying from is just straight up from the Gemara aspect of it, from the commentary. There are things where the rabbis give an opinion of their own. He said, I believe this about the passage, and the Quran uses that understanding. So this is not something that goes back to Moses. This is something that goes back to like Rabbi Eliezer in the 200s. That is after the time of Isa and before the time of Muhammad, exactly when there was no prophets. So how did a human's commentary, a human's opinion about something end up in the eternal speech of Allah? Now, granted, we see this with the companions of Muhammad as well. We have several of his companions give opinions, and they just so happen to miraculously end up in the Quran, which is kind of amazing. Like Umar got 4 different sections of the Quran added by talking to Muhammad.
Must be nice.
How in the world did that happen? I have no idea. But the same thing happens with the Jews as well. Your book is Jewish. Your theology is Jewish. Your theological words are Jewish. Your scholars use Jewish material to explain your Jewish book. You are a Jewish end times death cult that is obsessed with sex and violence in the name of Allah, who isn't even God. Yahweh is God, but Allah forgot his name. You are a Jewish cult that hates Jews. The irony is amazing. But you being part of this Jewish end times death cult, you're following a wannabe rabbi, Muhammad, into hellfire. You should leave Islam and come to Christianity, where we have the truth, where we have the actual word of God, who has come and revealed himself to you, who loves you and cares for you. Come to Christ. He can give you life. And I hope that you remain honest. I hope that you actually examine all of these problems within your book, that there is so much copying. And I hear one of the other responses I get is just a whataboutism of, oh, the New Testament also copies from apocryphal sources. Does that mean the New Testament's false? Well, again, Christianity and Islam could both be false. You don't need to throw Christianity under the bus. You need to examine your own faith. You need to examine your own book to see if your book is true or if it's actually copying from humans. You need to do these tests. I have all of it available for you. You just have to have a leap of faith to question what you've been taught. We see from all of this that Islam was a product of its time, not a product of God. And you can come to know the true God, Yahweh, if you leave Islam and embrace the truth. May the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you always. Goodbye.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Hey, nice try. You tried to get me to play all this music, not falling for it, man.
My own music, but it shouldn't be a problem. No, it's just the intro I do for the Talmudic Dilemma series. I did it at the end of the video. Yeah.
All right, guys. So
it's a pretty based intro.
No, it is. It's a good summary. I don't trust music, man. But yeah, guys. So that's Chris's sort of overview, big picture of the argument, and I would.
There's one thing I want to point out real quick. So that last little thing I talked about, the vast majority of the responses have gone from Muslims has either been ahistorical, or it's been trying to throw Christianity under the bus and be like, oh, well, Christianity just comes from the Greeks. Christianity does this. Christianity does that. Paul quotes from, Jude quotes from Enoch, and Paul quotes from the Greeks with Jamboree. Like you guys do it too. And it's like, okay, sure. But again, attacking Christianity is not a defense of Islam. That doesn't do anything. Like, attacking Hinduism is not a defense of Islam. Attacking atheism is not a defense of Islam. Defending Islam is defending Islam. So whenever you're like, oh, I can just, do all these dawah tactics and just lie about Christianity. Okay, sure, cool. Christianity could be false. But Islam could still remain false even if Christianity is false. Atheism could be true, which obviously it isn't, but atheism could be the alternative to the Jew. Like, you're putting it into a dichotomy when you don't need to, and it's a false dichotomy. And even within that, you still need to defend your faith. You can't just, think you're defending the faith by bashing others. That's really not going to help you. And I hope that you care enough about yourself that you're willing to examine this thing, because this is not a game. Like, we're not like scoring points. This is your eternal life, your eternal salvation that we're talking about. And whenever you just ignore the work you have to do to study these topics, you are putting yourself at risk. And you're trusting a man who didn't know that bathing in dirty water was a bad thing. You're trusting a man who desired children. You're trusting a man who didn't know that the sun didn't set into the earth because he copied it from Alexander Legend. Or there's not a giant wall. There's not zombies hiding in the ground waiting to come out and destroy everyone. You're trusting a dude who's a bad source of information. I hope you care enough about yourself to test your beliefs to see if they're true before Judgment Day. But anyway.
We'll take a couple of comments here. We've got, fortunately, we got some Muslims. We got some Muslims here. Let's go ahead and check out a few comments. So what do we have? So we have here, Belshazzar, don't you be putting this Islam stuff on the Jewish nation. We didn't start this. I don't know if you're joking or if you really didn't understand the point. The point was Muhammad was stealing stuff and combining it with other stuff, including a lot of his own idiotic nonsense. But the stories and stuff, a lot of the theology, he's stealing, which is exactly what he's accused of repeatedly in the Quran by the people of his time. So
I assume that's a Jewish comment, not a Muslim comment, by the way.
Yeah. No,
it's Belshazzar.
Okay. That one, yeah. Let's see. Then we have, if the Quran copied from Jewish scriptures, then why didn't it copy all the have so much historical errors? Why didn't it copy all the have so much historical errors? I think what you're trying to say is, if the Quran was just copying from Jewish scriptures, why didn't it copy so many errors? Well, you got a problem, because the Quran claims to be in line with the Torah. If you're saying there are errors in the Torah, welcome to the Islamic dilemma, buddy. If you think there are errors in the Torah, then Allah and Muhammad affirmed them as the word of Allah, and therefore Islam would self-destruct. But if you're sitting here saying, why didn't the Quran copy errors? Oh my goodness, what have you been paying attention to here? The Quran is copying stories in the Talmud, many of which were fictitious, or they're just commentaries from rabbis and so on. And that's what it's copying. Guess what? If that's not actually the word of God, then the Quran is copying errors. Oopsie. Let's see. Hey, look at this. I always thought Islam was a Jewish creation to destroy Christianity. Can't tell if you're trolling or not. But yeah, imagine, because I've heard that. I've heard that Islam was started by the Catholic Church. Islam was started by Jews, and so on. Yeah. That would be a brilliant move, either by Catholics or by Jews. Hey, let's invent a religion that calls for our violent subjugation. Let's do that. What a brilliant move. There's a much more...
Ironically, rabbis were directly involved with the creation of Islam, but it wasn't like a coalition. Like, we get in Ibn Ishaq and in Theophanes in his writing, which is copying from Ibn Ishaq, that there were 10 rabbis that converted really early on in Islam, and 8 of them left whenever they saw Muhammad eating camel meat and they realized he was a false prophet, and then 2 of them stayed. But we get that, and you also get Qayyab al-Habar, who is also a rabbi, who is giving all of this information. So very early on, you have rabbis involved with the formation of the Quran, with teaching Muhammad all these, and that's also in the Quran itself, as they accuse him, hey, you just have a human that's teaching you these things. So even the Quran itself retains some of that information. But that doesn't mean that, like, the Jews made it up. No, just some crazy dude in the desert who thought he was a prophet, who revered Jews, even though he wasn't one.
Yeah, so guys, you basically put all the evidence together, best explanation seems to be guy in Arabia concluded that he's a prophet, thought that Jews and Christians were going to agree with him, found out otherwise, copied a bunch of stories, and screwed up the world really, really bad. But apparently, Islam also came from Judaism, like Christianity. That means both Christianity and Islam are brother religions. No, not if Jesus is actually the Messiah, as Islam claims too. No, if Jesus is the actual fulfillment, and Muhammad is a false prophet, those are not brother religions. Let's see, a couple more here. Hey, we got Allah, only amazing God again. Allah, subhallah, ta, law, sent down every prophets in every nations to teach there is only one God. Allah is Elyon Yahweh, the same Abrahamic God. Oh, really? Is that what the Quran calls him?
Nope.
No, it doesn't. The Quran doesn't even know what his name is. The Quran doesn't even know what God's name is.
It's just super ironic because it still has like Yahya in it. So it has theophoric names that contain Yahweh but doesn't know Yahweh.
Let's see here. Quran, Zabur, Torah, Injil says if Christianity is true, then why Christianity? One of the fastest dying religion. Lol. Christianity's not dying. Not at all. But guess what? You're imposing an Islamic view where Islam is the truth and it will take over the world. That's not the message of the message of the Bible is not Christianity takes over the world. We're going to be persecuted. So if we were like Christians were running and hiding and became like super small group and were running and hiding and so on, that would fit because that's how things end, right? In other words, fast forward, things are going to get worse in the future for Christians. That's going to happen. But what do you do with the avalanche of apostasy? What do you do with the avalanche of apostasy? Islam is imploding. I mean, imploding.
Especially in Africa.
Yeah. 26% now of young Muslims are leaving Islam. It's estimated.
Africa's higher.
Yeah. It's estimated that, and this was from years ago, so it's probably worse now, that around 8% of people who are counted as Muslims, who are attending mosque and so on, in Muslim countries are actually atheists who just don't want to say it because they don't want to be attacked and so on. So you're not gaining any ground with converts. The number of people converting to Islam is offset by the people leaving Islam. So the only reason Islam is growing at all is because of birth rates, high birth rates in Muslim countries. Guess what? The birth rates are dropping rapidly. And so now you're going to get to a point where the skyrocketing apostasy rates is offsetting even the birth rates, which are dropping. And guess what? The math don't lie, and it spells disaster for you. So wake up. What's up with the Dawa script? You got the Dawa script from like 10 years ago, right? What is this? And then you have, it means Christianity won't even exist in a few hundreds years. Pretty sure it isn't either way. Not sure how that proves Christianity false. He's responding to someone else saying that. Anyway. Stop embarrassing yourself with this nonsense. You sound pretty dumb. Anyway, so guys, that link to that video is in the description.
Yes.
So
and if you want to hype it, it's free.
I don't know how do you hype anything? I always hear about people hyping things, and it doesn't mean just sharing it, right?
Yeah, when you like a video, it gives you the option to also hype it if it's within the first 2 weeks of the video being released. And it is a full-length video, not a short. And if the creator has over 500 subs and less than 500,000 subs. Those are the criteria that need to be met to hype it. If you hype it, it then increases the algorithm's reach. So this video is only a week old. You can still hype it. So if you go to my video, like it, and then hype it, it will expand outward to way more people. This is already my best performing video. So helping that would be awesome.
Well, that's cool. I did not know that.
Yes, you do it to all the
AP's
Christians.
Yeah, AP's like, everyone's hyping my video, and I'm looking for like a hype button and didn't find
There
one.
is,
Okay,
yeah.
now I know. No, so you say you click the like button, so the thumbs up,
Hmm.
and then if it's
Yeah.
it meets those requirements you listed, then it will ask you if
It'll
you want to
swipe
hype it.
over to the hype.
Okay, I
And there's
did
a hype
not know that.
leaderboard as well.
And
Yeah.
that apparently means that I don't like many people's videos because I've never seen that before. So maybe I need to like more people's stuff. All
Yeah,
right.
it automatically does it on mobile now too. So if you're on your phone on YouTube liking videos, you should automatically see it.
All right, guys. So you've got the link to the video in the description if you want to help spread the Talmudic dilemma and you want to help Muslims realize what level of plagiarism their fake prophet was actually guilty of. Share that, send it around. And by the way, I'm always interested when arguments are new. Now, it's not new that Muhammad is copying the sources, but going into this level of
Right.
detail and so on, and organizing the material and stuff, that's new. And whenever I put out an argument and I'm like, oh, this has not been out there, I'm always wondering like what the responses are going to be, because once sometimes people bring up a response and you hadn't thought of it and so on. It's like, oh, that's interesting. Or someone will point out, no, you're actually wrong about this. And you think, oh, okay, oops, I messed that up. In which case you kind of revise it. But what that does over time, that makes the argument stronger, right? Like
Stronger. Yeah.
sometimes someone could just make a terrible crap argument and stuff, and then everyone blasts it, and then you're supposed to realize, oh, this is a terrible argument. Other times you just you tweak it, and the feedback and the criticism actually make it stronger. So guys, yep, send that out to get that feedback and stuff like that. And then several months after that, maybe we get version 2.0 or 3.0 or something like that. And
I'm writing a book on it right now, it's about half done. So the more responses I get now, the more I'll be able to include in the book without having to do a second edition to it.
hey,
But I'm
then,
going to have all the
guys,
sources available.
Yeah, guys, that's a different story. If he's putting together a book on it, then I want you to blast anything where you think he may be wrong. So not just on this, check out some of his other videos. Check out some of Chris's other videos. If you see something, anything, if you even see like a like an incorrect reference or something like that, let him know. And I'm sure once things are like being, once you've got the book together, there will be revisions and so on as far as people going through and actually looking for anything that could possibly be wrong. But no, this would be a good book, man. Let me know when that's getting ready, because I will. If you want it on Logos, I got contacts at Logos and stuff like that. Like we're gonna Chris's book should be on Logos here pretty soon, and that's cool because now Logos has the AI only.
Right.
It's a much better AI than the one I'm familiar with. They said like AIs are programmed to kind of like give you what you want and stuff like that. Whereas they were breaking it down for me like we don't care what you think. We're giving correct answers
Right.
from basically from your library and so on. But anyway, the point is like Chris's book on the Islamic dilemma, that gets added to it. That gets added to the material AI is searching for when you're asking it questions. If you have the Talmudic dilemma and so on, a bunch of other stuff in there, it's going to be giving a lot of pretty powerful answers to questions about Islam and so on. So cool times, guys. Cool
One
times.
thing I would love for you to request for Logos is to get a much better Quran translation, because right now they only have the Yusuf Ali, and it is horrendously bad.
I was thinking like it should be pretty easy, because several Qurans they're not even copyrighted anymore, so they could easily incorporate a few more, and then maybe get permission for some of the other ones. Although I don't know if how many Muslim organizations would want to get permission, but
A lot.
you also have like Palmer. You have the non-Muslim translation, so those should be super easy, and I don't think there's copyright on those anymore. But I'm guessing Pickthall.
We're working,
and
so we're working on
actually
creating a Quran translation.
Pickthall's actually good translation, but I don't think that's copyrighted anymore, because that was a long time ago.
It's not. Yeah, I mean they could also ask Robert Spencer, which is just a modernized Pickthall, and he might be able to give them permission just to use his, because he also has a bunch of notes as well that are good notes. A lot of how I found out about this to begin with was reading the Critical Quran by Robert Spencer, and realizing that. So I read Surah 27, and I was like, oh, let me actually read those original sources, and that's kind of how I got introduced to all the copying was from that. So we have
Interesting.
good Christian resources already, but we're also working on a website that has it, and we have our own open source updated Palmer that we're working on that has cross references to all the Talmudic references itself. So whenever you're reading the Quran, you can just like click it and be like, "Oh, that's the source material." And then we also have all the Arabic errors and problems from a Palestinian linguist who wrote a book on the linguistic errors of the Arabic of the Quran, and he detailed over 2,500 errors of the Arabic in grammar, spelling, and sentence structure. And we're going to have a lot of the other like contradictions, the Islamic dilemma, differences between the Bible and the Quran and all these places. And then you can also sort by like treatment of women, specific prophets, specific all that. So that is going to be available by the end of the year for free online for everyone. And that will help. And we're also going to have the anti-Dalwa script in that document. So we have every single standard Islamic talking point, including some like we actually have Dawa manuals by Zakir Naik and a couple of the other dudes like Ahmadi Dot. They wrote Dawa manuals. And that's what Muslims have been using for decades now. So we're going to have all of the Dawa script. They literally have scripts. We're going to have the Dawa script all written out. Every answer that you can share on Twitter in like a couple sentences, but also like much more detailed breakdowns of every single Dawa talking points of Islam. We're going to have all of that available on 2 websites in one window that you can then just go through. So next year, we should really be able to change how Christians approach doing ministry to Muslims. So
Sounds like these are really good times, unless you're a Dawa fan, in which case it's the worst time of your entire life. Sucks
or
to
the
be.
best time because you come to Christ
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
you'll be saved.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
you got to see the positive. You got to see the positive.
Right.
Your entire worldview is coming crashing down right in front of your face, and that's bad as far as the way you feel and how sad it's making you and so on. That's bad. But the good thing is, guess what? It's a false prophet that you've been brainwashed into mindlessly obeying, who's being exposed before your eyes. That's good for you. You will eventually be happy. You will eventually be happy. All right. Let's take these super chats, and then Chris has some more for us. Unlettered, meaning Gentile rather than illiterate, needs to get out there.
Yeah. So this is a pretty big one that Muslims use all the time. That's just not true. That's actually a rabbinic. So it's the ummi is the word in Arabic, which comes from Hebrew for ummot o alam, or like the people of the nations. So it's a phrase to talk about Gentiles or those unlearned in Torah or the unscriptured. So this is not a claim of him not being able to read or write. This is actually a claim of him being either a Gentile prophet, which is also talked about in the Talmud, or a prophet that didn't actually get trained in like a yeshiva. So it's a very different type of claim than he couldn't read or write, especially because we have like hadith on his deathbed. He was asking for a pen and paper to Aisha. Like, why would he be asking for a pen and paper if he can actually, if he can't read and write? But like, oh, well, it's not Sahih. It's like, well, it doesn't matter. Your grading system is not very good. But he likely could read and write. He was a trader. Unless he was a terrible merchant. Merchants had to be able to read and write.
Yeah,
because you do contract deals.
No, the Muslim sources are pretty inconsistent on that one.
Right.
Muslims mainly kind of stuck with it because the Dawa guys, they use it as like evidence, like, so he couldn't have read anything else, and how could he have composed all this if he was in fact illiterate? Like, how's that even possible, right? And so on. So they kind of stuck with that.
Yeah, pretty much every Western scholar on this topic just says that it means unscriptured or Gentile.
Off topic, D Wood, do you have a video on manipulation tactics? If not, could you make one? Also, when will Mert be part of the Zutgeist? Yeah, don't worry. There'll be more on Mert and Muhammad's cross-dressing this year. As far as manipulation tactics, no, I've been planning for years to make a video like something, how you're being manipulated, a psychopath explains, because you can see them. You see them, right? The tactics you grew up using and figured out over time and so on and came naturally to you. Eventually you decide not to treat people that way, but you still see it when other people are doing it. And that is one of the big issues of our time. So, yeah. Still want to do that at some point. In fact, try like reminding me like every month until I actually do it, because it's something I really wanted to do. I wanted to make an entire series. Like I was going to have just because I'm friends with John McCrae, like John McCrae and his wife actually enact them, right? So it'll start out with like, let's say John McCrae and his wife arguing about something, and then someone will use a manipulation tactic, and then all of a sudden they freeze, right? And I step in. What you just saw was, and I'll break down the manipulation tactic and so on. And maybe even, now here's how you should here's how you should respond if someone is using that manipulation tactic. And then step off, and then they finish, but you know the person is actually aware of the manipulation tactic and so on. Something like that. Been planning that. Now that would actually be a lot of work, right? That would be like tons of preparation and tons of recording and tons of editing. Whereas just like a kind of video introduction to basic manipulation tactics, that wouldn't be terribly difficult. So anyway, yeah. I need to do that.
Like the 90s PSA videos would be like, oh, don't take candy from strangers, but don't accept lies.
Don't fall for this manipulation tactic.
Yeah.
For the cooking channel, hello everyone. Today we're going to learn an eggplant recipe for 30 people. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, let me tell you about the time the Al-Zut had their eggplant on Momo. You could do stuff like that, man. That would be pretty powerful.
Eggplant parmesan. Just...
Be sure to pause often and add commentary. The guy whose video you're playing is super mean. In my opinion, Islam's rabbinic origin and its determinism are its Achilles heels. Sub to Chris, y'all. That sounds like one of your pals.
Yeah, Sons of Thunder Apologia. On I think the stream you did with AP, you read their name. You're like, they're pretty based. So now that's actually part of their intro soundtrack. Sons of Thunder is a pretty base name for a channel.
I think you guys, if you're making stuff, you're making clips or something like that, videos, I think you could get away with just the very quick thunder from AC/DC's Thunderstruck. Thunder! You could have that in your videos. I think you get away with that, right? Because it's so short. I think you could get away with that. So that thunder! That'd be good. Next debate with Daniel, you have to go over this. Oh, this? Oh, yeah, that would be funny. Oh, yeah, you should you should invite Daniel Hakikachu on a live stream. I think this is directed towards me as far as because I've debated Daniel multiple times. I said your next debate with Daniel, so I think that's about me. But that would be pretty awesome because Daniel, not a big fan of the Jews, let's just say. And then what if he, in other words, if Muslims all their lives have been trained to become increasingly hostile towards Jews, and then they find out like 60+% of their religion is based on Jews. And we don't mean just the revelation given to Moses. We mean just like actual Jewish rabbis and stuff from long after. Let's see. Haji Mahbub would disagree. Yes, and he would, yeah, but he would only help us. He'd say something stupid. Shout out to Andrew and Chase of Sons of Thunder. Apologia.
There you go.
Yep. Already heard from them. They are conscious idiots, you see. conscious idiots. I want to do something with that. When they say conscious edits, say conscious idiots. That's funny.
The vast majority of the conscious edits that they use are just rabbinic, by the way.
Yeah.
So like the whole thing of, oh, the Bible says God had to rest, but the Quran says he didn't have to rest. That just comes from the Talmud. Like that's just something that he stole. It's not anything special. So if he's consciously correcting the Bible by quoting rabbis, okay.
Mm-hmm. Powerful.
Cool.
Fun fact, David, if you're on PC, you can use period and comma to move frame by frame in a YouTube video. Useful for thumbnails or whatnot. I am not on a PC, and I never will be. Again. If using YouTube, press JKL to rewind, play, pause. No, I'm not. I'm not using YouTube. I download the videos and I have them in Ecamm and so on. Now I could probably like learn all the controls for Ecamm, and they probably have stuff that does all this, and I just never learn anything besides like playing and skimming and stuff like that. But I have a problem. I have a problem with actually learning functions for programs. Prophets being stainless, that's from the Jews. Ida Ida corrects that and says sinless. Sorry.
Yeah. No, Shabbat 55a and b, all the way to 55 or 56a, talks about how like if anyone says that David sinned with Bathsheba, like they basically anathematize him, like let him be anathema. They whitewash the history. It's really, really wicked and evil what they're doing there too. Is like they say that they list out a bunch of prophets and a bunch of the patriarchs and like, oh, if you say this person sinned, you're wrong. The reason why they're doing it is the rabbis tried to give themselves divine authority, and in order to hold on to that authority, they basically had to say that the patriarchs and the prophets were sinless or perfect, and because they're perfect and we're sages who also have the divine presence on us, we now have the same authority the prophets did, so we're sinless like they're sinless. And they then whitewash a bunch of the sins and then basically make like Psalm 51 make no sense whatsoever. It goes so far as to say that Bathsheba was divorced because Uriah writ her like a certificate of divorce and gave it to her because they were at warfare. So David actually married her while she was divorced, and then Uriah was actually an idol worshiper who deserved death, and the only problem that David did was that he didn't consult the Sanhedrin, which didn't even exist at the time, mind you, but David didn't consult the Sanhedrin in order to put Uriah to death, and David just did it, with like of his own authority as king. None of that is true. It makes the story so much worse. And you're contradicting so many parts of the Bible that talk about it. Even like the prophet Nathan going before him and all that. So, yeah, they whitewash history pretty hard with the rabbinics.
And now there's this weird debate going about what computer I use. Yeah, guys, let me solve the mystery here. Let's solve the mystery for you all. See that logo there, right? Yeah, back when I switched from PC to Mac. Mac was just, matter of fact, it was James White. It was James White who said he switched. He said, I was completely loyal PC guys for years. And he said, and I switched to Mac and I felt like I went 25 years into the future. So I went ahead and switched. And yes, it was much better. Now, after that, PC started upping its game and I started hearing all kinds of great things. So I don't even know what's better at this point. All I know is I really
PC's
hate
better.
learning new systems. And so I'll probably stick with that unless they just annoy me so bad because they change things so much that I might switch. But yeah. Here we have, could Muslims turn the tables and use it to say, you see, that is why the Quran corrects the scriptures?
So in this book, Christopher Iceman Frost argues that because it is written in nature, what the Quran is dealing with and talking about is the written material itself. It's not going to be the oral tradition that is being alluded to or being used to correct. So he deals with the conscious edits there, but you can also just say that the conscious edits are obviously not intentional changes. He just is being faithful to what he thinks is scripture. So he's not trying to change anything. Sometimes he does. He does legitimately, like Surah 27, for example. Solomon in the original source was a warfaring dude who was a drunkard. You can't drink alcohol and you can't do some of the things like dancing and listening to music. So the Quran removes all the stuff that's not Islamic. It changes God's name to Allah and it makes him to a Muslim. So the Quran does change the source material it gets, but not in the way that Muslims think it's trying to or that the Muslims need it to do. It just tries to make everything Islamically sound, and it doesn't work. So.
Let's see. Torah and oral Torah were given at same time at Sinai. Well, I've heard that before.
If it was, the oral Torah was lost during the time of Josiah. So right before Josiah, there was multiple generations that didn't have the Torah at all. So if there's no tradition being used at all that's written, there's also no tradition being used at all that's oral because they didn't practice any of the stuff during that time period. If you have 100 years of nothing, all oral tradition would be lost. So it couldn't go back to Sinai.
That seems like a problem. Latest Judge Dredd filmed in South Africa, therefore you need to visit. Well, that's a pretty airtight argument. I didn't actually see the movie. I just saw a bunch of YouTube clips, and I was like, whoa, this is way better than the stupid Sylvester Stallone version. Can we speculate on why Muslims champion the 5 pillars of Islam they received from the Jews, yet ignore the 30 pillars Mo received from the Zut? Yeah, that is weird, isn't it? They love their pillars. Come on. It's got 30 over there. Anyway, Chris, I can't stop laughing how you butchered the word. It's more like...
Shakana. Yeah. My Western throat is not prepared for the Levantian experience that you're trying to get me to go through. And Anilo Medbivlitz, I'm not fluent. I don't speak it. I'm learning. I'm a Talmid of Ivrit. I'm not fluent.
Now, the good side is, if you're writing a book, you don't need to pronounce any of it correctly.
Correct. Yeah. Ash Mays makes fun of me all the time on stream because I teach Torah every Monday.
I don't believe Ash would make fun of anybody ever.
He did compliment my Hebrew once whenever I was teaching Torah because we're going through like better sheets.
Oh, little side note. I hear Sheikh Uthman put out a new video proving that Rebecca was 3. If you guys want to revisit, because I assume he's going to start talking about the rabbis again and stuff like that. So if you guys want to expose him on his newer video or something like that, let me know. We can do it. We did it before, but we can do it again. That could actually be a short one because we could just go through his video, make it, and give people all the stuff to go out and refute it themselves and stuff. Anyway, let's see. Why do Muslims trust such an obvious false prophet? Their God didn't even get human development right. No way he created humans if he doesn't understand human development. Yeah, he didn't. And no, Chris pointed it out earlier. I mean, he's got the 2 Siemens theory. These were views that were circulating during Muhammad's time, and he's just spouting them as if he's fact, and he's wrong. Not just in the Quran, also in the Hadith that it remains a drop of semen for 40 days. That's in the Talmud. I've read that part. I've seen that one before. So he's getting completely incorrect information about human reproduction. But he's getting it from the Greeks, the Romans, everything that was circulating, and also from the Talmud. Very interesting stuff. Thanks for the presentation. David, could I trouble you to read my email about Randy? Yeah, I've said it before. If anyone who's emailed me for like the past 10 days, I definitely haven't been less than normal, just because I was swamped as soon as I got back. So, yeah, I will be going through emails at some point after I knock out a couple other things, but yeah. I understand you're really busy. You only take 5 minutes, not 30 or 487. Please. Well, yes, since you know my magic number. Hey, off topic, but David, my sister just converted to Crossfire Christianity. I can't find info online, only that it's native spiritualism Christianity. I don't know what that is either, so I definitely wouldn't be able to help. I also saw a lot of cross references with Talmud. Yep. There's a bunch. Tom Holland's work, The Shadow of the Sword, is fascinating from a historical, critical perspective. Clearly, the author of the Quran was borrowing from the religious ideas of late antiquity. Yeah, I mean, everyone at the scholarly level knows this. It's just, we got to get average. It needs to become so common that it's just common knowledge, and everyone can be sharing it with Muslims. Love your work, D. Wood. Practicing Catholic can confirm we didn't start Islam. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here. For those of you who heard that Islam was started by the Catholics, you just heard it right here from Comic Nut 64. That's a lie. It's a lie. So when you hear that, crush it. Crusading is fun, but why not save time, not make something so stupid? Yeah, we had to fight the Crusades because we invented this religion to come and attack us. Not only did Muhammad steal the scripture, he then said to punish and tax the Christians and Jews because they are following the books he claimed Allah sent them. The logic is absolutely wild. Actually, it's connected to what I said before, that, and I've said this a million times, Muhammad's mentality when he's in Mecca is it's going to be Muslims, Jews, and Christians all united against the pagans, the polytheists, and all that. He goes to Medina, meets the Jews reject him. So then it's going to be, and this is Surah 582, it's going to be Muslims and Christians versus Jews and pagans. And then it becomes increasingly clear that Christians aren't going to believe him either. And then it's everyone has to be violently subjugated. It's Muslims versus the world. Let's see. These Muslims commenting are demonstrating their severe lack of cognitive abilities. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Yeah, that's the problem with so much first cousin marriage. Allah is El Shadia El Elyon, everlasting God. Hey, that's from Allah, only amazing God, left a super chat. Hey, Allah, only amazing God. Thank you for funding for funding our live streams about us exposing Muhammad and preaching the gospel. Thank you for that. Allah loves that sort of thing. How about comparing the holiness of God, Kadosh, with that of Allah, if any? You could. You absolutely should make the manipulation video. I will. I definitely will. It's just I need to make it a priority. There's stuff that I plan to do that I will just put off for like 10, 12 years and stuff because I never get to it and stuff like that until I like make it, okay, I have to do this. Shabbat shalom to both. My brother is finally looking into Islam and he wants to know when and why exactly Islam stopped being tolerant towards Jews. I kind of already broke that down. They rejected him and then Muhammad kind of went back and forth with him trying to show, and then the conclusion at the end of the day, I mean, he propped them up, right? These are the guys he's telling the people in Mecca, once we're around a bunch of Jews are going to be like, oh, we've been waiting for this guy. We have been waiting for this guy. We wanted the prophet to the Arabs and now he's here. That's what was supposed to happen. He gets there.
Yeah.
They laugh at him. And the conclusion should have been, wow, Muhammad said these guys are going to confirm him. They think he's a total joke and an obvious false prophet. I guess Muhammad didn't know what he was talking about.
She might also be referring to the golden age of Islam, where Jews and Muslims wrote a bunch of literature together, and there was a ton of syncretism for about 200 years. And then they fell out, and then the Muslims started mass, unaliving them. But during that period of time, there's a bunch of syncretism. So you actually see a bunch of like new theology, and both systems appear at the same time, like the Dajjal. The Dajjal and Emreus, the Jewish Antichrist, are basically the same figure, and they're coming out of the Judaic Islamic regions of the world that are having their scholars interact with one another and like work together. And then the attitude towards them changed, and then they started destroying them.
Let's see. Islam is the Clayton Bigsby of religions. Sounds about right. Mamdani wants Kohinoor Diamond returned to India, you see. How about that? This is good. Muslims always criticize the Talmud when we are questioning the Quran. This fixes their whataboutism. God bless you both. Yeah, and by the way, that's the other extremely relevant reason for this. They're constantly, but the Talmud, you're questioning the Quran, but what about the Talmud? Oh, you mean where the Quran copied a bunch of its stories from? Yeah. Ali Dawa and Mojab can be the sons of blunder. hey, sons of thunder. You need to make a video where you're responding to some clips from Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab and call it Sons of Thunder versus Sons of Blunder. That's perfect. That'll do well. Tim Cook, chairman of Apple, is openly gay, you see. And here I am using his gay computer. My computer is turning me gay like the frogs. Yes, so maybe in your video it's worth to emphasize the view of the prophets in the Talmud versus the view of prophets in the Torah, because saying just the Jews, it's kind of problematic. It's only so. Yeah, Ida's just saying make it clear what. Yeah, just clarify all that.
Yeah, it's very difficult for this topic in general. Yeah, because I haven't come up with a good way to be like, oh, unless I just say rabbinic versus Jewish and then make that distinction very clearly early on. But it's hard to just talk about because Judaism changes so much throughout the centuries.
And we have Dr. Wood. You look awesome in the Dawa clown video. Of course I do. Odds are 487 to 1. You won't make the manipulation vid. No, I will definitely make that vid. I would just like to make it like this month or something like that, and not 2 years from now, because I, I started putting that together like 5 years ago, and I just never finished it. Thanks, Dr. Wood. I'll keep looking. Just seems heretical with the spiritualism. Just worried for her salvation. God bless. Love your vids. You, IP, God Logic, Thad. God bless you. Yep, thanks. And yeah, just look into it, because I'm not familiar with it, but that's usually a good time to respond to stuff. Christians have a habit of not responding stuff until it's spread all over the place, and then they become worried about it, and then they start responding. But hey, kind of too late now. Now this cult has spread all over the place. But yeah, I know absolutely nothing about that group. All right, Chris, you ready to jump into your presentation?
Yeah.
All right, now it is 10 o'clock right now. Here in probably 4 or 5 minutes, I will have to. It won't affect anyone else, because I'll have Chris's presentation up on the screen. But don't ask me for. I'll have to disappear for about 5 minutes to make sure a nurse, 10 o'clock nurse, came in. Sometimes she's a little late and stuff like that. But so I have to check, because if not, then I need to. Someone needs to be downstairs and stuff like that. So anyway, I'll disappear for a couple minutes. But we'll go ahead and get this started. Let's see what Chris has for us here. So this is beyond what you saw in the videos, ladies and gentlemen. Got some extra stuff. Here we go.
Okay. So, this is the Talmudic Dilemma Israelite edition. Full document if you want it. This is going to be the base of my book, and then my YouTube. And I'm not going to go through the background information just because it's going to take a long time. So I'm just going to go through these slides. You can pause it if you want. We've gone over this in the last 2 streams, so I'm just going to go through these. But this is the general overview of the actual argument itself, rather than just the video, which was just a subset of the argument. But let's get into the Israelite. So, the Hadith are really interesting when it comes to the traditions of the Jews. We get in Sahih Bukhari 3461, and it says that the Prophet said, "Convey my teachings to the people, even if it were a single sentence, and tell others the stories of Bani Israel. For it is not sinful for you to do so, and whoever tells a lie on me intentionally will surely take his place in the fire." Well, this is a straight-up command that you are allowed to teach the stories of the children of Israel, the oral tradition of the children of Israel. Now, in Sahih Bukhari 4485, there is a caveat to it that you must be in line with what was revealed by Muhammad. You neither believe nor disbelieve the Jews. But if the Jews are in line with what Muhammad is teaching, then you're commanded to tell their stories, which is why we see it so much in the early tafsir. We also get in Sunan Abi Dawud and 3662 and 3663. Both of these are Sahih graded. The Prophet said, "Relate traditions from the children of Israel, there's no harm." And also, the Prophet used to relate to us traditions from the children of Israel till morning came. He would not get up except for obligatory prayer. So whenever the Adon came, and they had to do the morning prayer. So the Prophet here is relating, he's telling the stories of the children of Israel until morning. So for hours on end, the Prophet would sit around with, the wives or the companions or whoever, and literally tell rabbinic stories. Amazing. So, how did Muhammad wouldn't have had access to this information? Are you sure? Because your sources say he did. But let's get through the example I went over in the video and go through it in a little bit more detail. So Jacob tells his sons not to enter through one gate. And this is in Bereshit Rabbah. This is one of the primary sources for the Quran. So if you're going to go through the Talmud, it takes forever. You have to go through the Babylonian Talmud, not the Jerusalem Talmud. And there's almost 2 million words in the Babylonian Talmud. It is like 3 to 4 times longer than the Bible to go through. It's a ton of material. So if you just want to go through a smaller source for the Quran that is used a bunch of times, Bereshit Rabbah is your go-to. The first chapter of it is used. The 8th chapter of it's used a bunch. So you'll find a bunch of parallels between Islam and Bereshit Rabbah. This one has specifically Jacob saying to his sons, "Why do you make yourselves conspicuous? Do not enter through one gate and do not stay in one place, so that the evil eye will not have dominion over you. Well, the do not go through one gate is in the Quran, but this evil eye idea doesn't appear there. Well, in Al-Tabari and in Qurtubi and then Kathir and Jalil in talking about those sources, we get explicitly that Allah says that Jacob, peace be upon him, ordered his children when he was sent with Benjamin to Egypt to enter from different gates rather than all of them entering from one gate. Ibn Abbas, Muhammad bin Qayyab, Mujahid, so Mujahid and Ibn Abbas are two of the most, and Qatada are some of the most using the rabbinic sources to explain the Quran. Ibn Abbas is the primary dude. So he was obviously influenced by Qayyab al-Habbar. But Ibn Abbas is like one of the dudes for the Quran. So one of the most important Sahaba is constantly in At-Tabari, constantly giving rabbinic and Christian understanding and adding details, and Mujahid does the same thing. They add details to the Quran that's missing that you find from the rabbinic sources and the Syriac Christian sources, which we're going to go through a bunch of them right now. But we get that Ibn Abbas is quoting and saying that they feared the evil eye for them. So this detail's not in Surah Yusuf 67, but it is in the tafsir. And it says, because they were handsome and looked beautiful and graceful, he feared that people might direct the evil eye at them, because the evil eye truly harms by Allah's decree and brings down the mighty warrior rider from his horse. So the idea of the evil eye comes from rabbinic belief, and this is even one of the standard common Jewish iconography. If you've ever seen the blue hands with an eye in the middle, or just a blue circle with an eye, that's the evil eye. It became a pendant that Jews have used for hundreds of years. That idea, the idea of an evil eye that harms you by lustfully gazing at a person, and it can either cause you misfortune or literally kill you, that idea appears in Islam because of the rabbinics, even though the idea itself doesn't come up in the Quran as much. It's all over the tafsir, and it's all over the rabbinic sources. So, why is that the case? Let me see that in At-Tabari as well, and it has the same logic, that he feared the evil eye upon them, and Qurtubi mentions it as well. Then we get the one that David wanted to pause on. If David's still here, he can ask this question on it, but I'll just go through it because it's just wild, dude. Rabbi Yochanan, so we know which rabbi said this, what rabbi was teaching this whenever it came. He says that this teaches that both Joseph and Potiphar's wife stayed in the house as they intended to perform a matter of sin. So both of them agreed to sin. One says he entered the house in order to fulfill his desires with her. That day was the festival day, and they went all throughout the house of idol worship, and she told him that she was sick and could not go, and so she said to herself, I have no other day which Joseph will attend to me like this day, where they're alone together and they can get busy. So the verse states, and she caught him by his garment, saying, lie with me. At that moment, his father's image came and appeared to him in the window. This image said to him, Joseph, the names of your brothers are destined to be written on the stones of the ephod, and you are to be included among them. Do you desire your name to be erased from among and to be called an associate of a promiscuous woman? Immediately his bow abode firm. Rabbi Yohanan says, in the name of Rabbi Meir, this means that his bow, i.e. his rod, returned to its strength as he overcame his desire. This verse teaches that Joseph continues, and his arms of his hands were made supple, meaning that he dug his fingers into the ground and fluid was emitted between his fingernails. So wild story, but this is actually in the tafsir. That it is specifically in the surah itself, it alludes to this idea. So she in whose house he was asked him to do an evil act. So as we just saw, they're asking to do an evil act of each other. That's contained in the Quran. This is not directly the way it's used in the Bible. She bolted the doors and said, come. He said, I seek refuge in Allah. Indeed, he is my Lord, who has treated me honorably. Indeed, wrongdoers never prosper. She indeed desired him, and he would have desired her. So the whole thing of they desired each other, he would have desired her as well, if it had not been that he saw the ayat of his Lord, the argument of his Lord, the miracle, the sign of his Lord. And it was this way so that we might ward off evil from him and lewdness. So Allah is the one that caused him to not sin with Potiphar's wife. And then in Ibn Kathir, it's explaining what is this sign, what is this argument, what is this ayat. And we get in At-Tabari that the correct opinion is that we should say that he saw an ayah from among Allah's ayats that repelled the thought that crossed his mind. This evidence might be in the image of Jacob, or the image of an angel, or a divine statement that forbade him from doing that evil sin, although there's no clear proof. And then in Jalalin, we get explicitly that Jacob was made to appear before him, and he struck his breast, upon which his desire withdrew from his body through his fingernails, and if it had not been so, he would have lain with her. So, very clearly, Jalalin is using the Talmud to explain this passage of the Quran, which is pretty amazing. And he's alluding to the earlier tafsir, such as Qurtubi and Tabari. And we get the hand cutting thing as well. So in Surah Yusuf 30 through 32, we get this narration of Potiphar's wife arranging all of the Egyptian women to come and sit on cushioned couches for them, and gave every one of them a knife and said, "Come out to them." And when they saw him, they praised him and cut their hands, exclaiming, "Allah is blameless. This is not a human being. This is nothing other than some gracious angel." She said, "This is he because of whom you blamed me. I asked an evil act of him, but he abstained, and if he does not do my bidding, he indeed will be imprisoned and will indeed be among those who are brought low." Well, the idea of having a knife and then hurting their hands with it, that is not explained at all. But whenever we look at what's in the Midrash on this, we find it exactly. Our sages inform us that on one occasion, Potiphar's wife assembled a number of Egyptian women so they might see how very handsome Joseph was. There's also a narration that she had him hiding behind a curtain, which is why it says, and she said, "Come out to them," is because he was literally hiding away. And then she says, "Come out," and then he comes out, and then this happens. But before she summoned Joseph, she gave each of them an ethrong, a citrus fruit, and a knife. And when they saw Joseph's handsome countenance, they cut their hands, because they cut through the fruit, because he was so beautiful, they were distracted, so they just sliced through it, not paying any attention. And she said, "If this can happen to you, who see him only once, how much more so does it happen to me, who must look at him constantly?" Then each day she strove to entice him with words, but he suppressed his evil inclination, that is rabbinic speak for desire or sin nature. So he has an ethrong inside of the Midrash, and whenever we look at the tafsir, they add specifically that he has a fruit that he is that they're cutting, and that's how they hurt themselves. And this is again coming from Ibn Abbas and Mujahid. So Ibn Abbas and Mujahid are again using the Midrash to add context to the Quran as to why the women hurt their hands with the knife. Because it doesn't make any sense. If you just read the Quran, you know nothing else, if you're a Quran-only Muslim, that sentence makes almost no sense whatsoever. I first read that before I read the tafsir, and I was super confused. Like, this is really stupid. Why in the world would they just, like, in agony, hurt themselves? And it's not that at all. They're just distracted, and they're preparing food, and then they hurt themselves. This happened to me a lot in the kitchen. The thing that really gets you is tin cans. Tin cans are way more brutal than knives if you're not careful with them. I've cut my hands up real bad with that in the kitchen. Not a fun experience. But why in the world is the tafsir using the rabbinic material to explain the Quran? We also get this with the menstruation. So Qurtubi adds this entirely out of nowhere explanation to this passage, and it's narrated again from Ibn Abbas. They deemed him great and revered him, and it also said, this is talking about the women who were in the assembly who hurt themselves. They experienced an emission from astonishment. Now, the exact form of emission there is a bit unclear, whether it was excitement fluid or just a normal discharge, or if it's like period blood, but it is an emission that they're excreting from excitement. And then Wahb ibn Munabib, so one of the rabbis, one of the rabbinic sources for the Sahaba, he said they loved him so much that 10 of them died in that gathering out of astonishment, bewilderment, and passion for Yusuf. It is also said it means that they menstruated out of astonishment. Well, this belief is from the Talmud. This actually comes up ironically in Yevamot's 37b, wherever the two rabbis were like, "Hey, yo, who wants to go and sleep with us tonight?" Because Muta marriage has some root in Babylon, and the Babylonian rabbis apparently would just go from town to town and just like solicit women to marry them for the night. And one of the responses from Rava, he's the dude who came up with this, he says, with regard to one who's proposed marriage to a woman and she accepted it, the emotional excitement might have caused her to have a flow of menstrual blood. Therefore, you can't do anything. So his defense of the rabbis who would do this, and like, oh, well, why are the rabbis sleeping around if they're pure? He's like, oh, no, the women would get so excited with the idea of having a rabbi, a sage, be with them for the night, that they would get so excited that they would uncontrollably start bleeding. Very dumb. But this is also in Qutbi from Ibn Abbas. Why in the world is that there? I think that is amazing. Cain and Abel and the Raven is also one that is way more debated if it is pre-Islamic or post-Islamic. The best source we have on it is from Taquma, but it is not from the critical text. It is from the casual text on Taquma Bereshit's chapter 10. But you also get it in Bereshit Rabbah, which is very much predating Islam. So the idea of then Allah sent a raven scratching the ground to show him how to hide his brother's naked corpse. And then he said to me, well, am I not able to like be like this raven, so hide my brother's naked corpse? And he became repentant. So the idea of the raven showing Cain how to bury Abel is in Bereshit Rabbah. It's also in Talchuma, but this is a debated source. This one's not debated. So we have who buried him. Rabbi Elzar ben Padat said the birds of the heavens and the kosher beasts buried him, the Bahama, so like cattle and whatnot. And the Holy One, blessed be He, rewarded them with the two blessings, one that recites over them and one for slaughter and one for covering the blood. Well, covering the blood is also within Taquma. So even if this source itself is at the time of Muhammad or post-dating time of Muhammad, the oral tradition itself that this is reliant on is obviously predating it. So he is still getting this material from the Jews. But we have from Mujahid, again, saying that Allah sent a crow to another crow, they fought, and one killed the other. Well, this idea of one of them killing the other birds is from the rabbinic sources itself. So he's adding these details that make it much more in line with it. But then you have this other detail that Allah sent a living crow to a dead crow. The crow is already dead, from Ibn Abbas. So Ibn Abbas and Mujahid are describing this passage, and one of them aligns with this one, and the other one aligns much more closely with what we see in Perk de Rabbi Eliezer, which is a source that obviously postdates Islam. So it's interesting, but it does predate the writing in the Tabari, which is interesting in of itself. So you have, they're adding details of this copied passage, and it lines up with a variety of the rabbinics, but there's differences in opinion within the rabbinics, and you see both of those differences carried over inside of the tafsir. But we also have in this passage something really interesting. Tabari, in the same surah, so it's Surah 5:31, Tabari, in his claim of what people would talk about, actually ends up just straight up quoting the Bible. So we have Salama narrated to us from Ibn Ashaq, as reported from some people of the earlier scripture. So this is from the people of the scripture. When he killed him, he was stricken with remorse and did not know how to conceal him. So this is rabbinic. This was, as they claim, the first killing among the children of Adam, the first death. He said, woe to me, am I unable to be like this crow and conceal the disgrace of my brother? The verse up to his saying, and then indeed many of them after that are excessive in the land. They claim, the people of the scripture claim that in the Torah, it is said that when Cain killed Abel, Allah said to him, O Cain, where is your brother Abel? He said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? Allah said to him, the voice of your brother's blood cries out to me from the earth. Now you are cursed from the earth, which opened his mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand, and when you work the land, it will no longer yield its produce for you, and you shall be a fugitive and a wanderer. Cain said, my sin is too great for me to be forgiven. You have driven me today from the face of the earth, and I shall be hidden from you, and I shall be a fugitive and a wanderer, and whoever finds me will kill me. Allah said, not so. Whoever kills Cain will be avenged sevenfold. And Allah set a sign upon Cain so that no one who found him would kill him, and Cain went out from before Allah to the east of Eden. Now, is that in your Bible, David?
No.
This is obviously
Yeah, it is.
Genesis 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right there. Yeah, so clear where he's getting it.
Correct. Tabari is quoting the Bible. He's quoting the Torah. He's quoting a section of the Torah that contradicts the Quran. Why? How? But there's also a bunch of other places where Tabari just straight quotes the Bible. I made a video on the Injil. I went through like 20 different sources from early Islam where they obviously think that the Injil is the fourfold gospel. So I have that on my channel if you want to watch that. I have a bunch of, it's a very long video, just reading the citations. But we have early Islam knowing what the Tarat and what the Injil is, just Muhammad doesn't, which is really funny. The scholars know, Muhammad didn't.
Yeah, it is
I
weird.
thought that was funny.
Yeah, it is weird that that the later Muslim scholars know far more about about the Jewish and Christian sources than their prophet who was getting revelations about them did. That is some seriously weird stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
really
Hey,
funny.
let's pause real quick because let's pause for a second. Let me put us back up on the screen because we had some people running their mouths and trying to distract everyone. You believe that? You think they would do that? Hey guys, why don't you respond to what's actually being said here? What do they start responding to? Zut stuff and so on. Like, what the heck? Anyway, let's check this out real quick. So we have Hazem here who says, that argument depends on twisting one Arabic word out of context. Yarkabun commonly means ride, board, join, travel. Not what you're implying. That's quote mining, not evidence. Hazem, we've already been through this. We did entire live streams bringing up all your guys' clown objections, going through the lexicons and so on. If it's used of a person and an animal, it means ride. That's what it standardly means, ride or mounted. If it's used of a person and another person, it's sexual. It could still mean ride, like, you know, if you think the Al-Zut were riding Muhammad like a horsey or something like that. But if it's a person and a person, the standard meaning, even in your Muslim sources, is that it's sexual. If it's used of demons, then it can actually refer to being possessed. So, yeah, don't be trying to. We've been through this a million times, man. Where have you been? Where were you when we were actually going through that stuff? You want to? Huh? You want to join us for a live stream and we'll actually go through your sources and your lexicons and stuff like that? Not going to go well for you. Then he says, Islam is the true religion. God cannot die at the hands of his own creation. What craziness is this? Yeah, they always miss the whole like incarnation part. Hazem, you're not impressing anyone if you don't get basic theology. If you can't even describe what Christians actually believe and then you attack it and mock it, then you just show yourself to be ignorant. You're not actually refuting anyone's actual position. If you want to parallel, how can Allah's uncreated speech, the Quran, be burned by people? How can that happen? How can they burn the uncreated speech of Allah? Oh, because in our world, it gets put in a physical form of a physical book made of paper and glue and ink. And therefore, once it takes on a physical nature, then that can be burned, right? Okay. Well, if God enters creation and takes on human nature, as we read in the Gospel of John, then because he has a human nature, he would be able to die, right? Now you would say, but he wouldn't do that. Your God wouldn't do that because your God doesn't love people enough to do that. That's the real issue. That's the real issue that you don't understand when someone preaches the gospel to you. Muslims have no concept of a God who loves people enough to do something like that for them. And they have no concept of a God whose justice is perfect and therefore demands that all sin be punished. You have a weak, flawed, pagan God whose attributes are limited. I mean, just think about this. Christians are commanded to love everyone, even our enemies. According to the Quran, Allah doesn't love his enemies. He doesn't love unbelievers and so on. What's that mean? It means I am greater than your God in love. How does that make sense to you? That I'm greater than your God? How? Right? Guess what? That's a problem with your God. His attributes are limited. And so, yeah, we're not saying your God, your weak, flawed, pagan God with his limited attributes entered creation, took on a human nature so that he could pay the price for what we've done. That's not what we're saying. We're saying the true God of the Bible did that. So you'd have to refute the God of the Bible in order to respond. And then they kind of just ran with this. You have here, Allah, only amazing God. Thanks again for the super chat earlier. How can your almighty God Jesus got destroyed by a simple hammer? Oh my goodness, how is that possible? How could he do that? Okay. Does God have the power to take on a human nature if he wants to? You can't say it's not biblical. Yeah. God appears repeatedly in the Old Testament. So God can appear. If your God can't, your God isn't the God of the Bible. If your God can't take on a human nature if he wants to, your God is not the God of the Bible. So this would just destroy your religion because your God claims to be the God of the Bible. Anyway, let me just bring up a quick passage for you. If Muhammad was copying so much of the Bible. My goodness. Why didn't he copy this? So this is Isaiah 53. So
I'll go to the restroom real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. So our Muslim friends, this is the book of the prophet Isaiah, revealed many centuries before Christianity, right? What's it say? Who has believed our message, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? He grew up before him like a tender shoot and like a root out of dry ground. He had no beauty or majesty to attract us to him. Nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. You're going to find out this talking about at his crucifixion, how messed up he was. He was despised and rejected by mankind, a man of suffering and familiar with pain. Like one from whom people hide their faces, he was despised, and we held him in low esteem. Surely he took up our pain and bore our suffering, yet we considered him punished by God, stricken by him, and afflicted. But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed. We all, like sheep, have gone astray. Each of us has turned to our own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. Read. Well, I don't even know why I'm telling you. I know you guys never, ever bother to read anything. That's why you just go with the Dawa script. You're too completely clueless. You like your goal in life is to remain completely ignorant. If you ever want to do anything to improve yourself, read the book of Isaiah. Read the book of Isaiah about a virgin conceiving and the baby being called Emmanuel, God with us, and the government being upon his shoulder, and him being called Mighty God, right? And then keep reading till you get to 53. And then wait a minute, this guy who's somehow God with us, but he's also is also God, and what's going on here? And then you might start understanding things. But you don't want to. That's what your religion does. Your religion programs you to not understand the gospel. That's it. That's what your religion does. And then you come over here and run,
the same thing I talked about.
Go ahead.
It's the same thing I talked about earlier with Muslims are trained that attacking Christianity is also defending Islam, but they're not ever giving defenses of Islam. They're not actually engaging with any of the arguments to be able to defend their book or their prophet.
Yeah, and they can't.
We're showing that all of this is copied. And you're not actually trying to defend it at all. You're just saying, oh, Christianity bad. But again, both could be false. Proving Christianity is false does not prove Islam is true. You have to prove Islam is true.
Yeah, and Chris is showing Muhammad as the biggest plagiarist ever, and you're sitting here whining about the Christian view that God loved you so much he entered creation and died on your behalf. Oh, so stupid. Why can't you have weak pagan God like us? Duh, that would be so much better. Then you could just believe all the dumb stuff Muhammad said. Ha ha. What is this? Oh my goodness. What's the rest of this? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not pray to another God. What is this blatant lie? Guessing someone was talking about either Surah 1 there or Surah 33, verse 56, which says that Allah prays, Allah and the angels pray, so you pray too. So Allah prays. If you say he's not praying to another God, then you can say he's praying to himself. Okay, so you can say Allah is praying to himself. But I think I saw people talking about Surah Al-Fatiha in the chat, so they might be talking about that. Well, let me pull up a couple, because I basically starred some comments from Muslims here.
113, 114 were also prayers. So why is Allah praying in his book?
How can Muhammad be a prophet if he died by getting his aorta cut by Allah? Yep, that is an issue. Allah said he'd cut his aorta and so on. So how can Muhammad be a prophet? Got an issue there.
And that's original. That's one of the original things in Islam. So.
Yep. And he is easy to said Jesus is risen. So people started responding after he said, oh, how your God died. And then people said, well, Jesus rose from the dead. He said, he is easy to said Jesus is risen. We can said Prophet Muhammad is risen too. We don't have any historical evidences. You're right. You don't have any historical evidences that Muhammad rose, but we do. There were over 500 witnesses. That's even if like an atheist and you reject it or something like that, and you say, well, it's not enough to convince me. Okay, you still got evidence. You have a bunch of witnesses, right? We've got an early creed written, composed within 2 years of Jesus' death, talking about his death, his burial, his resurrection, his appearance to Peter and James and the rest of the apostles, to over 500 Christians, and to the Apostle Paul. What do you got like that? So, yeah. And by the way, even atheist scholars will acknowledge, they won't acknowledge that Jesus rose from the dead, but they will acknowledge that his followers believed it and were saying it. And according to you, those guys were devout Muslims. According to the Quran, Jesus' followers are devout Muslims. How did Jesus' devout Muslim followers conclude that he had died and risen from the dead? How? You have no explanation, because your entire position is completely incoherent nonsense. You have, we Muslim easy said Prophet Muhammad is risen and rode the white horse to heaven too. See how easy for anyone to make a claim. Yeah. Who witnessed that? Who witnessed it? No one. How many people witnessed Jesus appearing to them after he was crucified? Over 500. I don't know how you don't see the difference here, but all those generations of first cousin marriage, I'm starting to think, are the biggest problem, right? Like, if you can't even comprehend what evidence is, even if it's put in front of your face, like, I don't even know what to do at that point. Hazm says, not every instruction begins with say. Al-Fatiha is revealed as a supplication for believers, not Allah praying. Yeah, Hazm, you don't know what you're talking about. When is the Quran telling people to say something or quote something and it doesn't say? Surah Al-Fatiha doesn't say. He doesn't say this, Muslims. He doesn't say this, Muhammad. He just speaks. Now, here's the issue. That's Allah's speech before it was ever revealed. So at first, it's just Allah saying it. So Allah is reciting Surah Al-Fatiha. That's a prayer. He's reciting it. And he's not saying say, knowing that he's eventually going to tell people to say it. He's just saying it, which means he's reciting the prayer. So he's either praying to himself or he's praying to someone else. Take your pick. And then we have Allah, only amazing God. Early Muslims believe Prophet Muhammad walked with Allah like Prophet Elijah and Enoch. Show me that. Muslims believe Muhammad walked with Allah?
Does he mean the The night journey?
I don't see how. That's not him walking around with a law. Yeah, what do you mean, Allah, only amazing God? Show us that. We don't know what you're talking about. I mean, keep in mind, Muhammad's getting his revelations, from the angel Gabriel, supposedly. That's how far removed he is from Allah. So, what are you doing? What do you got? Hey, guys, all right, we want to get back to Chris's presentation. But you guys just making stuff up left and right. You don't understand Islam. You don't understand Christianity. And you show no interest in learning anything, and yet you keep talking. That's the confusing part. People ask me all the time, David, why don't you talk about Hinduism? Oh, I don't know, because I don't know anything about it. And therefore, notice, I wouldn't talk about it because I wouldn't know what I'm talking about. In Islam, the less you know about something, the more you talk about it. That's what's weird. I mean, imagine any other field where that was the rule. The less you know about it, the more you talk about it. Like, imagine someone doesn't know anything about math and then just talks about math all day and then constantly makes fun of people who actually know math. Ha ha, ha ha ha. These stupid people think they know math, and you're just spouting idiotic nonsense. Wouldn't you think there's a problem there? But that's like all of dawah. Check this out. Why would God need to take on human form to die by his creation so that he may save his creation from himself? Oh, so you're saying he could just forgive them, right? Now you're so close, man. You're so close. My concern is that all the generations of first cousin marriage would keep you from even understanding it. So let me break it down for you. We've already talked about this a little. Now imagine, Hazem, imagine, just seriously, like try to keep up for just a second. Seriously. If you want to understand why we believe what we believe, just think about this, right? Okay. Imagine a God who's not like your God. Your God isn't perfect in love. He only loves people who first love him. Jesus condemns that sort of love in Matthew 5. He condemns that. He says that that's the love that sinners and tax collectors have and stuff like that. I'll love you if you love me first. Guess what? That's exactly what Allah says. You love Allah first, and then he may love you in return. Okay, Jesus condemns that sort of love. So in other words, if you have like a scale of love from no love at all the way to infinite perfect love, Allah is pretty darn low. Allah is pretty low on that, right? Okay, imagine God who is perfect in love. He's as loving as you can be, right? Okay, so imagine a God who's perfect in his attributes. He's perfect in love and mercy. But he's also perfect in justice. Justice, which means he can't let any sin slide. If he let any sin slide, he would not be perfect in justice. So, imagine a God who is perfect in his justice, he's perfect in his mercy, he's perfect in his love. A human being who is a sinner presents a weird kind of problem because it looks like God will have to sacrifice or diminish one of his own attributes, right? In other words, if God were to just forgive, if God were to say, you know what, I'm really loving, so I'm just going to forgive them. Okay, that would be very loving and merciful. That would not be just. That would not be just at all, right? Or if he says, you know what, I really love these guys, but I have to punish them all, so I'm sending them all to hell. Okay, that would be just. That would be perfect justice. It would not be loving and merciful. So what happens? Well, God enters creation, pays the price for our sins, and then guess what? That's the most loving thing anyone could possibly do. His love is perfect. He did it to show mercy to us. Okay, his mercy is perfect. But simultaneously, in Christianity, every sin has been punished. All sin has been punished. At the end of time, all sin will have been punished. Either you pay for the sin yourself or Jesus paid for it. But every sin has been punished. So God's love, mercy, justice all remain perfect. Islam deals with the problem of like a human sinner in a completely different way by diminishing God's attributes. So you have an imperfect pagan God who is weak and defective in his attributes. And you're saying, oh, that's so much better. It's so much better to have a weak little pagan God. And then you get programmed with the ideas of this weak, cheap, pagan god, and then you can't imagine anything else, and then you don't understand the gospel. This is what your religion does to you. It keeps you from understanding the gospel. Now just think, because I'm hoping there's a part of you that can grasp this. I'm hoping there's some part of you that's still I know there's part of you that's still the image of God, but I understand Islam has just been trying to destroy that for your entire life, tries to absolutely destroy the image of God in you. But here's the thing. Imagine this. Imagine you, Hazem, we're king. You've got a kid in your picture. Is that like your kid? Is that you, or is that you, and that's why you don't understand any of this? Like you're just a little kid. I'm guessing that's your kid. Okay, imagine, Hazem, just imagine a scenario here. Imagine you were king of the world. You somehow became king of the world. And you're walking around in your royal robes, and you're being carried around and so on by people and stuff. You're the king. You're the king of the entire world. And imagine you see that kid. You all of a sudden over in a muddy pool, not the one the sun sets in according to the Quran, but just a random muddy pool. You see your kid there drowning in that muddy pool. You're all dressed up in splendor. You're all dressed up. You're in your glorious robes. Would your robes matter to you, or would you dive right into that filthy mud, even though you're king of the world, to save that little kid? I'm hoping you understand what I'm saying, and that you would say, my royal robes would not matter to me even slightly. I would jump into that mud to save my kid. Okay, now get your mind around this. If that's you, as flawed and imperfect as you are, if that's your weak, flawed, limited human love, what do you think an omnipotent, perfect being, what do you think his love would be like? Because you guys think he's just like, oh, these guys all sin. I don't care. I'm not going to do anything for them. Screw them. I'll just roast them all unless they go out and slaughter a bunch of people in my name. Imagine what a perfect being, a God whose love is massively beyond yours. What do you think he would do to save people? And if you can't get that, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And by the way, Hazem, you may not even know this is a different topic, but why would God need to take on human form to die by his creation so that he may save his creation from himself? I could ask you a similar question. Why would your God need to punish Jews and Christians in hell for your sins? Hazem, serious question right now. Go ahead and answer this. According to Muhammad, Allah doesn't just let sins slide. That's the impression you get from the Quran. Muhammad said that on the day of judgment, Allah will give every Muslim, a Jew or a Christian, and say, this is your ransom from the hellfire. He will order the angels to take the sins off Muslims and put them on the Jews and Christians. And Jews and Christians will be punished in hell for your sins. Why does your God need to do that? It sounds like Muhammad eventually understood that sin does have to be punished. He just said, okay, God's going to punish Jews and Christians for your sins. So if Muhammad eventually somehow agreed that Allah has to punish sins, at least big ones, if Muhammad eventually agreed that Allah does have to punish sins, suppose God didn't want to punish Jews and Christians for sins, how else would he do it? Why are you so quiet now?
Me? Oh, him.
Anything? Wait, someone said, Bobby G1 said, please answer this, Dr. Wood. Is it possible Jesus' miracles are magic tricks? I guess you could have a trick where you turned water into wine. You could do that sort of thing. Being executed and rising from the dead. Walking on water in front of a bunch of people. Yeah, you could. Let me put it this way. The magicians now who do these amazing things, they do this, from years of studying magic and stuff like that and learning it and learning special effects and having all sorts of fancy equipment and stuff like that. If you're walking around in first century Israel and doing stuff that's massively beyond what magicians now can do, probably not coming from Michigan. I mean, probably not coming from magicians. Nadim says, David, I think where they will slip is in understanding how Jesus being punished is justice for sinners. They will say, how does that give to the sinner what they are due? No, I mean, they can't have that issue. I mean, they do, they'll say it, but if that's the thing, then how, according to Muhammad, then according to them, then Muhammad would be a false prophet. Muhammad said Allah will take the sins off of Muslims and punish Jews and Christians for those sins. So if they have a problem saying, well, how is that justice for the person? Then, well, great, Muhammad's a false prophet. So they can't go that route. But no, we do have a concept. We do have a concept of someone else being able to pay a debt that, matter of fact, I talked about this in Nabil. Nabil had a really, really, really huge issue with this. And it was after Mike Lacona's debate with, I just mentioned this like a week ago or something like that, but it was after Mike Lacona's debate with Shabir Ali. And so Mike Lacona and Shabir Ali have their debate. Me and Nabil are hanging out in his car afterwards, and we're sitting there, and he's acknowledging that the historical evidence supports Jesus' death by crucifixion. He's just really having a struggle with how can it be for sins and so on. And how's that justice? And Nabil said the same sorts of things you hear from other Muslims. Imagine you're a murderer and God says, okay, you're a murderer. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll kill this baby and that'll be the punishment for your sins and so on. And so was trying to think, okay, what can make the point to this guy? He's saying it's unjust. It's unjust for one person to pay for what another person has done. And I said, okay, let me just quote you something that actually happened, Nabil. Quote you something that actually happened. It's from the Bible. It's Paul's letter to Philemon. It's in the New Testament. It's only one chapter. Anyone can read it. In the book of Philemon, here the historical background is there's Philemon who had a slave named Onesimus. Onesimus stole some stuff and ran away. He was a runaway slave. He eventually makes it to Paul, converts to Christianity at Paul's preaching. And Paul tells him, he says, you're not going to be on the run as a runaway slave your entire life. We're gonna deal with this situation. So he sends Onesimus, the runaway slave, who is in pretty big trouble for being a runaway slave and for stealing things. He sends him back to Philemon, but he sends him with a letter. And Paul writes this letter to Philemon, and he says in that letter, whatever he owes from whatever he stole and anything that Philemon has had to pay and stuff looking for him and so on, whatever he owes you, I will pay that when I come to you. And I want you to receive him as you would receive me. The Apostle Paul, Roman citizen and so on, receive him as you would receive me. Now look at what just happened. This guy's in trouble. It's going to be bad for him to pay for what he has done. Paul pays for it. Paul agrees to pay for it. But notice how much Paul was influenced by the gospel already. Hey, I will pay for what this guy has done, and I want you to receive him, not as a runaway slave. I want you to receive him as you would receive the Apostle Paul himself. That's what I want. Does that sound evil and immoral to you? Because I look at that and it's like, that is like the greatest, most loving thing you could ever do for someone else. And Paul still paid the debt. He paid the person's debt. So the debt is paid, and it was completely loving. And Paul's getting this he's just following the example of Christ, because Christ pays for what we have done. And then the message to the Father is, now receive them as you would receive me, the Lord Jesus Christ. And you guys just don't get it because of what your religion does to you. Your entire religion is demonic. It's demonic, and its purpose, straight from the pits of hell, is to keep you from understanding the gospel and to keep you just mocking it and insulting it so that other people won't accept it. And if you still don't get it, nope, I prefer following the most obvious false prophet in history. That's sad, man. But everyone else who's watching, this is what Islam does. This is what Islam does. Now, what's this guy saying now? What is this? David, you confuse the message with the medium. Allah's speech is uncreated. Paper, ink, and printed copies are created. Burning pages destroys the copy, not Allah's speech. Oh, really? So just to be clear, when people freak out because someone rips a Quran or burns a Quran, it's not the Quran, right? Is that correct? So, yeah, Hazem, I want you to say it right here. This is merely paper and glue and ink. It is not more important than any other book or different in any way. It is this right here before you all. This is nothing but paper and glue and ink. You can use this exactly as you would use toilet paper, according to Hazem. You can burn it. You can spit on it. You can pour beer on it. You can use this as a beer holder if you want. You could drill a hole right here and use this as a beer holder because it is meaningless, worthless paper, according to Hazem. You agree with that, Hazem? Go ahead and tell us that. That's what you think about the Quran. Well, because you don't think that's the Quran, right? Go ahead. Because you got some serious problems if you're saying that, buddy. See, Hazem, you obviously don't understand Islamic theology. See this right here? The reason this book is supposed to be special, according to you, according to your religion, is that it has two natures. This book, according to your religion, has two natures. It is the written down form of Allah's speech, the Quran, right? So it has two natures. On the one hand, it has Allah's speech written down in it. On the other hand, it's made of paper and glue and ink. It has two natures. It's the speech of Allah, but it's also physical, took on a physical nature, which means it has a dual nature, which means it's not, according to your religion, like any other book. It's special. It's special because of its dual nature. And so if God becomes incarnate as Jesus of Nazareth, he has the human nature and a divine nature. He's not like other people. He's special in that way. Whoa. He's biting the bullet, man. He's biting the bullet. He's actually biting the bullet here. Where is this? Oh, look at this. You can read it or rip it or whatever you want to it, and the actual words of the Quran will remain. Right. Okay.
At least he's being consistent.
Yeah. And you don't get it, right? Just like you can kill Jesus as he's taken on human nature, that doesn't kill God, right? You're talking about two different categories here, right? In other words, God entering creation and then having a dual nature, it's the God-man who experiences death, but that doesn't make God stop functioning the way it makes a body stop functioning, right? But so just to be clear, you're denying that this has two natures, right? So I want you to say it. I want you to say it, Hazem. Go ahead and say that ripping this Quran, because I'm going to do it. Say that ripping this Quran is no different than ripping some toilet paper. Go ahead and say it, because if you're saying that this book is not special because it's merely paper and glue and ink, go ahead and say it. I want you to say it, and then we're gonna say it. Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say this is nothing but meaningless paper, glue, and ink. Say it, and that it is not in any sense the speech of Allah. And destroying and wrecking this book is no different from destroying or wrecking any other page of any other book. Go ahead. And don't say, oh, but the speech will remain or something like that. I'm asking you about this book. Is this special? Should this, what I have right here, be respected because it has a dual nature? Come on, you can do it. Just hurry up, man. Don't have all day. We're trying to get back to the presentation. You wanted to run your mouth, so I'm responding. Now go ahead and answer. Ripping the Quran may be haram to do so, but nothing physical is stopping you from destroying it. But it is different from other books, and yes, it has a dual nature. Oh my God. Are you freaking kidding me? Hazem, just so you know, I have destroyed a lot of Qurans in my day to make points to people. Usually people who are, threatening to torture and kill people and stuff like that. But because you acknowledge that the Quran has a dual nature, I'm not going to destroy any Qurans right now, but I just want you to understand the point, right? Think, because you don't understand. You don't understand. And it's not, it is like, because we're mere human beings, it can be difficult to grasp and so on. But you have something like this in your own religion that you're mocking in Christianity. How can Allah's perfect, uncreated speech be tossed around like this, like to where I could just rip it if I want, or I could burn it, or I can make a beer holder? How is it possible? I can't do that with Allah's eternal speech, and yet I can. So what's going on here? If the uncreated speech is put into a physical form that has a dual nature, now because it has a physical form, you can do to it what you can do to physical things. Okay. Now, since that's the Quran, and you have a concept of something having a dual nature, being somehow like spiritual or an attribute of God, uncreated, and yet something that is uncreated, the speech of Allah, which is uncreated, can actually be printed and be created. How is that possible? Well, it enters into a physical world, and that sort of thing can happen. Okay, what is your objection, or what's your logical objection? How can you claim that it's incoherent to say, if the word of Allah can enter into our universe and take on a physical form that can be destroyed, if Allah's word, which can't be destroyed, can take on a physical form which can be destroyed, what is your objection to John 1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God? This is talking about Jesus' divine nature. The Word was God, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. And because the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, then because the Word now had a physical nature, now he could be subject to death. So you can't say it's incoherent. If it's incoherent, then Islam is incoherent, because it's what you guys believe about your own book, right? It's what you guys believe. The only difference is, like in your religion, the word of Allah becomes a physical book. In Christianity, the word of God, the word, takes on flesh, becomes a human being. You can't say that's incoherent. If it is, then your theology of the Quran is incoherent. So you can't just say that's incoherent or impossible. You can't say that. So at the end of the day, all you can say is, well, God wouldn't do it. Yeah, God could do it, but he wouldn't do it. But now you're back to the issue of, you don't understand a God whose justice is perfect and whose love is perfect. So you're saying, well, my God wouldn't do that. I agree. Your God wouldn't do that. Your God doesn't give two craps about me. Your God wants, okay, sorry. All right, man, we're done. All right. All right. Hope you got something. I hope you got something in there, buddy. Hope you got something in there. All right.
Ashmay's asked what your annual Quran budget is.
Yeah, it's pretty hefty. Let's just say I may have one of the highest Quran budgets in the world. That's how I roll. All right, you ready to jump back into this?
Yeah. Also, it's funny. So Ash called me this morning. He's like, "Hey, I think I have a solution to the Islamic dilemma," and we ended up talking about it for like 30 minutes. And we were laughing by the end of it. We were like, it took a Jew to understand Islam well enough to come up with a better apologetic against the Islamic dilemma, because the Muslims don't understand their own religion to such an extent, because it's so Jewish and they don't know Judaism, that it takes Jews to understand arguments against Islam to make better arguments against those arguments. So Jews can do a better job defending Islam than Muslims can.
Well,
It was still false. We
they can't do
figured
a
out a
worse
solution against it.
they can't do a worse job than Muslims. I think yeah.
Yeah. But,
All right, ready to go?
yeah, I'm ready.
Let's see what we got here. All right.
Okay.
Before
so,
we were rudely interrupted, we were talking about where the Quran is getting its stories.
Yes. So this story is far too long to fit into slides. I have a 30-minute video just going through the two sources. But Surah 27 with the Solomon and the Queen of Sheba passage, it is just straight up lifted from Targum Shinai, also known as the second Targum to Esther. There's so many similarities between them. It's kind of amazing. And this is going to be one of the big proof texts I use within the book, even though people debate on Targum Shinai, but Targum Shinai itself doesn't have any Arabic influences, and its language is more akin to before Islam and during the height of the Byzantine Empire, and is taken from Syriac and Greek language. So Targum Shinai is probably dated before Islam, but people debate on this specific source. What is interesting, though, is the Tafsir seem to be using Targum Shinai as a source to explain some of the missing details within Surah 27. But between Surah 27 and Targum Shinai, we get all of these similarities, my favorite of which being the hoopoe, which is a really cool bird that's in the MENA region, which is pretty small, and it's a red plumage, and it's a pretty cool-looking bird. It's also supposed to be pretty ferocious, like pretty violent. So the hoopoe goes out and he tries to find where Solomon doesn't already own the land, because in the Rabbinic version and in the Islamic version, Solomon's a warlord, even though in the Bible, Solomon is the only king who didn't have to go to war. He is the only one that had peace. So the peaceful king is this giant militaristic dude in both of the traditions, for some stupid reason, to be honest. But we have that they find that the queen is worshiping the sun, which is also not true. Back in the 10th century BC, the Sabian Empire was not worshiping the sun. They were actually worshiping the moon, and it was a male deity called Almaka. And there's also 4 other deities. We have their temples. We have a lot of Sabiatic writings. So we know that this is an anachronistic thing within the Quran, but it's only there because it's in the Targum. The Targum has this. And the pagan Yemen kingdom of Saba, when it was replaced by Himyar, that kingdom replaced it. They were worshiping the sun. They were worshiping Shamash at that point in time. So that's why it's in the sources in the 300s AD. They were worshiping the sun. But back in the 10th century BC, they were not worshiping the sun yet. So anachronistic, and then we also have all these other threats and everything else between it. But there's this interesting detail at the end of it that talks about how her feet are like a donkey's hoof. This is not in the Quran, but a bunch of the scholars are including this little detail. But when you read Targum Shinai, it has whenever she is crossing the glass house and she lifts up her dress, and then she's like, "Oh no, I've been had. I'm now going to become a Muslim." In the original source, it says, "On her bared feet, the king noticed hair, and he said to her, 'Thy beauty is the beauty of a woman, but thy hair is masculine. Hair is an ornament to a man, but it disfigures a woman." Disfigures a woman. And in some of the other sources, it talks about how she was the jinn or the demons were jealous of her, and they didn't want Solomon to marry her, so they made up this lie that she had the feet of donkeys. So we have in Tabari and in Qutbi, we have specifically that Mujahid and Ibn Abbas both claim that her feet are like a donkey's hoof and her mother was a jinn. So we get this backstory of her mother being a jinn. And later on in the Islam or the Rabbinic tradition, it says that her dad was a Christian or a Chinese emperor and her mother was a pixie. And that postdates Islam, but that tradition comes up. So we do have this idea of her mother being a jinn, probably from a syncretist source within Islam and Judaism after the time of Muhammad. But her feet being like the donkey stuff, that is pre-Islam, and they're adding that to this story of Surah 27, which is pretty funny. They also come up with this debilatory, hair removal paste that they put on her legs to make her beautiful. So then they get married, and she becomes the like great grandmother of Nebuchadnezzar. Pretty wild story, but you find that there. One of the most clear examples of Israeliyat in the tafsir that I have found so far is all of the stuff with Solomon in general, but specifically the stuff where it quotes, I didn't add this, but it's actually 68a through b. So I have that on a couple of other slides, but I missed it here. Gittin in 68a through b is the source for a bunch of these details that the Quran entirely ignores. It just says, we tested Solomon and set upon his throne a lifeless body. Then he repented. Well, we're going to go through the tafsir on this section. It is so long, but it is adding all of these details to the Quran that are only coming from the Talmud. So it's basically paraphrasing the Talmud within Tabari. So we have Ashmedai, the king of the demons, saying, take the chain engraved with God's name off of me and I will show you my strength, because Solomon was like, taunting him. And Solomon took off his chain and he gave him his ring, and Ashmedai swallowed the ring, grew to one place, till he placed one ring in the heaven and one wing on the earth. He threw Solomon a distance of 400 parsonages. With Solomon disposed from the throne, Ashmedai took his place. Solomon circulated from door to door, collecting charity. So Solomon becomes a beggar whenever he lost all his splendor and his power and his authority, because in the Rabbinic version and in the Islamic version, Solomon has a ring with the name of Yahweh inscribed on it, and it gave him magical powers. There's actually a story within the Rabbinic tradition of Jesus going into the temple, seeing the name of Yahweh, and taking like a razor blade out of his mouth and carving it into his arm. Because apparently, whenever you went into the temple, you could see the name of Yahweh. Whenever you left the temple, you would forget the name of Yahweh. And anyone who knew the name of Yahweh gained magical powers. So Jesus, the way he was doing all those miracles is because he learned the name of Yahweh and was invoking it, and then had all these magical powers because of it. Pretty stupid, but we get that same type of motif on Solomon, to where he could like control the stars and control the wind, and he was basically God on earth because he knew the name of Yahweh and he had it on him at all times. So whenever that is removed, he becomes a beggar. And then he goes around and he says, hey, I am the king of Israel, I am Solomon. And then later on, they figure out that the Solomon who took his place, Ashmedai, he is actually not Solomon, because he wanted to have intercourse with all of the queens, but he demanded that they did it while they were menstruating, which is not halakha. It's not legal to do as a Jew. So then they are like, oh, well, obviously that, he also demanded to have intercourse with Bathsheba, Solomon's mother. And they're like, at that point, I'm like, oh, no, this is obviously not Solomon. Solomon would never do this. He's a pious man. They brought Solomon, gave him a ring and the chain on which the name of God was encarved, and Solomon entered. Ashmedai saw him and fled. So we have a king of demons having this name of God on a chain binding him. It's taken off, and then he throws him away and then steals the throne. Solomon becomes a beggar, and then they figure out that's not actually Solomon, and they reestablish Solomon. Well, in Tabari, we get the exact same thing. We get a devil called Asaph. It is not the same root, but it's similar. You also get in the tafsir that it is Shakir or Shakir. I don't remember. I've never actually heard it pronounced, but I think I have it here spelled for you as well. I don't see it actually, but it is a different name that they usually give for the king of demons, and it's related to a water demon. So we have this devil who is the king of demons, and Solomon said to him, how do you tempt people? He said, show me your ring and I will tell you. When Solomon gave it to him, Asaph threw it into the sea. So rather than throwing Solomon, he throws the ring. Then Solomon wandered, his kingdom departed, and Asaph sat upon his throne. God prevented him from Solomon's women. So whereas the rabbinic source says they got it, got it on, the Islamic source says that they didn't. So it's like preserving the chastity or the modesty of Solomon's wives. But we see, and it continues on, Solomon used to ask for food. He's a beggar, and he says, see, don't you recognize that I am Solomon? So it's the exact same thing is happening between the two. And then later on, they figure out that it was an imposter. He finds a fish in the belly. So he finds the ring in the fish of a belly of a fish. And he found his ring in the belly, and he put it on, and he returned his kingdom. And then the demon saw that he was coming, and he fled back to the sea. So these are very obviously from the same source. Now it's kind of a paraphrase, and there's some details that are different, but it beat to beat they're copying, and it's not as good as like which we'll get to in a bit with the Dur Qarnayn story, but it's pretty similar. And
Yeah,
whenever you
and
go
it-
to the
and-
next couple
and-
passages,
Yeah, what's interesting in these passages is it's similar to the Quran when the Quran is copying, and that sometimes it doesn't make sense until you see what it's copying, and then it provides a couple of missing details, and then all of a sudden it makes sense, right? Like when you had when you have the
right.
story from Gittin, okay, I understand what's going on there. If I were just reading the Tabari section, I'd be like, what prevented what with the women? What's this about, right? But it's similar to like
Yep.
you already brought it up, but like Surah 5 verse 32. So the verse that always gets quoted as if anyone kills a man, it's as if he's killed all mankind. But before that, you have the story, which you already brought up, and it just tells the story of the bird teaching Cain to bury Abel
Cain,
and so
yeah.
on. Yeah, you got the story, and then it just says therefore Allah revealed to the children of Israel. It's like what do you mean therefore? It doesn't make any sense. Well, in the Talmud passage that it's quoting, it does make sense because you have that missing detail. You have that little missing detail about a rabbi reading that it's bloods is plural, and he concludes that it's not just his blood; it's the blood of all like his future descendants and so on. And so therefore, if anyone kills a man, it's as if he's killed all mankind. It makes sense with that. Suddenly, the passage in the Quran, which made no sense, it makes sense as long as you have the missing part from the Talmud.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, why would Allah have it? Why would Allah have it so that it doesn't make sense? And verse 32 doesn't follow from what came before it. And why does it make sense in the Talmud? Yeah, weird situation, but you see the same thing here in the tafsirs.
Yeah, it's funny. So whenever I was studying the Quran the first time, I have a study Quran. I have different colors in my Quran for different highlighters. And blue is the color I used whenever something didn't line up with the Bible. And it was only after I found out about all the Talmud stuff, I went back through my notes and I was like, oh, yeah, that's rabbinic. Yeah, this is rabbinic. That's rabbinic. So I inadvertently made a copy of the Quran that has all this stuff already highlighted. But until you understand the rabbinic sources, you don't actually get the Quran much. You can get the tafsir, but the tafsir itself are using the rabbinic stories to explain it. And a lot of the times, it's just you're still at a loss. Like Quran-only Muslims, you can't understand the Quran whatsoever unless you were a Jew before you became a Muslim. Then it makes total sense. It's amazing.
Weird book.
Yeah. But so the Tabari continues though, and he actually adds multiple sections on this story that are not in the Quran whatsoever. So here is two narratives that's continuing the passage within Gittin that is not in the Quran. So he continues and says, Qatada narrated to us that Solomon commanded that the house of Jerusalem be built, so the temple, and it was said to him, build it, but let the sound of iron not be heard in it. That's not in the Quran. He is quoting the rabbis, which is amazing. So he sought a way to do that, but was unable. Then he was said to him, there's a devil in the sea called a sakir. This is what I was talking about earlier. So the sakir is the traditional name of that demon instead of Asaf. Resembling a mighty rebellious one. He said, so Solomon sought him. There was a spring in the sea, which he visited every 7 days. Its water was drained and wine was placed in it. When he came on that day of his visit, there was wine. He said, you are indeed a pleasant drink, except that you make the forbearing man foolish and increased the ignorant man in ignorance. So he sees that there's wine in his drinking hole that he created, and at first doesn't want to drink it. But then after several days of him not drinking, he then gets thirsty, and then he ended up drinking it. And he drank it, and he became drunk. And then he was shown the ring, or it was sealed between his shoulders, and he became subdued. So there's this really long passage in Tabari that makes no sense whatsoever. Where in the world is he getting all of these details? Well, if you continue reading from the passage we just read, it has this information. Why was it necessary for Solomon to have male and female demons? Because in the rabbinic sources, he, with his magic ring, commanded demons to do all sorts of things. He had an army of demons, which we see in Targum Shinai. He has the army of army of birds, army of beasts, army of humans, army of specters, an army of demons. So he has these armies that go out and conquer, and he's able to control all of them. He's able to speak to them because he can speak demon, he can speak bird, he can speak ant, he can speak beast because of his magic ring. That's what God bestowed him with. So he's using this magic power to control male and female demons, Liliths, or like succubi. As it is written with regard to the building of the temple, he quotes this passage in 1 Kings 6:7, which says that no tool will be used on the stones of the temple. So Solomon said to the sages, "How shall I make it so that the stones will be precisely cut without using iron?" They said to him, "There is a creature called a shamir that can cut the stones." And then he goes through a narrative that talks about how the shamir cuts mountains in half, just casually. And this is a worm. So the worm that ate the staff that Solomon was leaning on, and then he fell over, that's when the jinn knew that he died and they could stop working in the Quran. That might be the shamir, because there's another passage in the Talmud that talks about how Solomon owned several things, and one of them was his staff, and one of them was the worm, the shamir. That is way weaker. We don't have a direct parallel. That is mostly just Islamic or just in the Quran. I haven't found that before the Quran. So the Quran might either be taking something that was oral and not written down, or is combining ideas for that passage. But we have this shamir, and perhaps Ashmedai, the king of the demons, knows. So now he's going to go out and look for this king of demons, just as he's looking for the king of demons here. And he is on such and such a mountain. He has dug for himself a pit there and filled it with water, in which he drinks from every couple of days, because then he goes up into the heavens and listens to the divine council, and then he goes down into hell and talks to them. So he's like all over the place. And then he seals it, and he doesn't let anyone go into it. One of the servants of Solomon is sent with the sacred name of God on a chain and on a ring to give him authority and power to go and subdue and capture the king of the demons. He then went and dug a pit lower down the mountain, below the pit dug by Ashmedai, drained the water, plugged it with fleeces of wool, and he poured the wine into it so that the wine filled Ashmedai's pit. He said, this is Ashmedai talking about wine whenever he first gets there, is wine is a mocker, strong drink is righteous, and whoever wallows in it is not wise. Yeah, he actually, the king of the demons quotes the Bible all the time in the rabbinic narratives, because demons are not that evil from the rabbinic position. At least from what I've read of Paschayim and some of the other passages in the Talmud, they seem to have a much, like, even Satan is called a servant of God in the Talmud. Which is kind of a wild thing, because he was originally the king, or he's the angel of death, and he's also the evil inclination, and he might also be Samael, who is maybe Samri of Al-Baqarah, whenever it's talking about how Samri made the cow lol. That exact phrase comes in Pukta Rabbi Eliezer, but the idea of Samael in general might, like, Samari might be a scribal error of Samael, because the traditions are very similar between the two figures, which is pretty funny. Or it's a Samaritan and the Quran contains an anachronism and it's false. So either it's false because it's a scribal error, or it's false because it's quoting or talking about a people group that literally didn't exist at the time. But that's an entirely different argument. Here we have that he's quoting Proverbs, and he's saying that whoever drinks in it is not wise. And again, it's, he makes the arrogant man in his arrogance. So he's basically alluding to the same thing that he responds to, but eventually he gets thirsty and he drinks and becomes intoxicated. Then he throws the chain around him and encloses him with it, kind of like how he is sealed between his shoulders. And then he is subdued and he's taken to Solomon to tell him how that he can cut the brick without using iron. So this whole narrative within Tabari is a paraphrase of Gittin, and it is beat for beat the same. But none of this is in the Quran. So why in the world is Tabari relating it if he's not using it? And this is again from Qatada. Why is this not? Why is this being used? And then we have it continuing on with another parallel, just continuing Gittin towards the end. And he says Solomon's kingdom was in his ring. The devil was brought to Solomon, and Solomon said, "We have been commanded to build this house, and we have been told, let the sound of iron not be heard in it." So again, he's quoting the rabbinic position from First Kings. He said, "So the eggs of the hoopoe were brought, and glass were placed over them. Then the hoopoe came, circled round it. It could see its eggs, but could not get to them. So it went away and came back with a diamond and placed it on the glass and cut through it until it reached the eggs. Solomon took the diamond and they began cutting through the stones with it." Now, this narrative is also in Gittin, but they have some differences in the details. So he's saying, hey, I want to build a temple. He's asking Ashmedai for this. He's saying, hey, go to the wild rooster, to the hoopoe bird. So we have a hoopoe bird. Again, we have it in Surah 27, but this hoopoe bird comes up again. And the hoopoe is the guardian of the shamir, that he needs to cut it. So then his servant, again, goes, finds where he lays his eggs, covers his nest with glass. The rooster came and wanted to enter the nest, but wasn't able to do so to get to its eggs. So it got the shamir, it got its tool that it uses to cut rock. And this is the diamond, but here it's the shamir. Placed it on top of the glass, and then his servant threw the clump of dirt at the rooster. The rooster was knocked over, and the man took the shamir, whereas the man took the diamond. And then the rooster was so upset about it that he wasn't able to protect the shamir that he went and hanged, he hanged himself. So we get in Surah 27 that the hoopoe is a pious Muslim, and we get within the Talmud that the hoopoe is a pious Jew who is so pious that he's willing to end himself to keep his promise, or like to make a do on his promise because he wasn't able to do it. So wild story. Why in the world is this in the Quran? Or not in the Quran. Why is this in the tafsir? Why are the scholars, why are the Sahaba relating these stories that are straight ripped from the Talmud if they're not engaging with the Talmudic material, if they're not aware of the Talmudic material? How in the world did Tabari include that in his tafsir? So you have that, and there's a lot more with Solomon. You can go down that rabbit hole yourself. But we also have a couple other ones I wanted to go through. So we have Korah and the keys of his treasury. In Surah 28:76, we have that we gave him so much treasure that the keys of it indeed would be a burden for a troop of mighty men. And in Peschaim 119a, this is right after all the demonology stuff, which is a fun read. The keys to Korah's treasuries were a load of 300 strong white mules, and they were all keys and locks made of leather. Well, the number 300 is the number for exaggeration within the Talmud. You see this a lot. We see this like a 300 baths of grain. So it's talking about, it uses this number for like ridiculous quantities of things, like hundreds of thousands of gallons of fluid or grain or whatever. So they use 300 specifically to be an exaggeration, but we also find it in Ibn Kathir and Al-Qurtubi and Al-Tabari that it is making this obvious metaphor into something literal, and the Quran itself uses it literally. And we get that the keys of Quran's treasure were made of leather, each key like a finger, which is interesting because in Egypt at the time, they didn't have finger keys, which are like the little metal keys that you use for like doors nowadays. That didn't come about until way later in history, in a different part of history. Those are more like Greek and Roman. In Egypt, they had these giant wooden keys that you could carry a number of, and you'd carry them on your shoulder or on your belts. And those would be used to open up storerooms. And they actually had tumbler locks, which is really cool. Like Egypt is one of the first societies that had tumbler locks that you had to like shimmy up. So the type of tumblers we use now in the modern keys with the finger keys, they actually had giant versions of with wood back in the day. Pretty cool. But they add this detail of each key like a finger to make the keys smaller than the giant wooden ones. And then they also say that they're made of leather to be even lighter. So the idea is these are the lightest type of keys you could possibly have so that you can open up the most amount of treasuries as possible, because the mules can carry more and more keys if they're lighter. If you do the math, which I'll do in the book, it turns out that he is a trillionaire with how much money he would have had from these number of keys and these number of strong horses.
Sweet.
Yeah, literally one of the richest dudes in history. He's so rich, he's actually richer than Egypt at the time, and he's richer than the Roman Empire at its height. He had more gold than Rome did at its strongest period of time. So Korah is one of the wealthiest dudes ever to live, both by the Islamic view and especially the Jewish view. The Jewish view makes him richer than Jeff Bezos. The Islamic view makes him poorer than Jeff Bezos, but more wealthy than who's the Bill Gates. So you're in between your Bill Gates and your Jeff Bezoses in the Islamic view of 60 mules versus 300 mules.
Must be
But we
nice.
get in At-Tabari, yeah, very nice. So it's made of leather, and the keys would be carried on 60 mules with white blazes on their foreheads and white feet. So we have white mules, and it's 300, but we have white mules, and it's 60. And also in the tafsir, you get that it is 70 men, or 40 men, or 10 men carrying the keys. So either the mule or the men carrying the keys, it is too much gold to be real. So if you do the math, even with 10 men carrying keys to storehouses, he's still going to be a multi-billionaire, which is still more money than what Egypt would have had to give him as a nation. So either way, this is actually one of, like, you can do a mathematical proof against the Quran and just how much gold it says that Korah has, because it's an impossible amount. I did a video on it. It's pretty funny. But it's also stolen. And you also have Abraham and the three visitors. A lot of the Abraham narratives are from Bereshit Rabbah and the Talmud. But here we have specifically that it's Gabriel, Michael, and Israfel that are sent to him. Israfel is interesting because there are some reports that Israfel was the first angel to visit Muhammad and warn him. So he was actually visited by another archangel before he's visited by Gabriel. And then it kind of like flip-flops. And eventually it's only Gabriel, which is kind of funny. But they have that the archangels are going to not eat any of the food because they're not of those who eat. We have Ibn Masud and I believe Ibn Abbas also in these narrations giving this information. And they say we do not eat food except for a price. And they're like, what's the price? And he says you must like mention the name of God. So you must do the blessing before you eat the food. Then Gabriel looked at Michael and said, it is fitting that his Lord should take him as a close friend. And then Qurtubi also adds that they are Gabriel, Michael, and Israfel, and it's the saying of Ibn Abbas. So both Tabari and Qurtubi saying that Ibn Masud and Ibn Abbas, two of the guys, are using this understanding for Surah 11, saying that our messenger angels came. This is just in the plural. It could be three or more, but the tafsir explicitly identify these three because in the Talmud, it says explicitly that the angels were Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. Raphael is identified with Israfel. So these are the same angels in both Bereshit Rabbah and in the Talmud. And then even in both of them, they have the claim of they were merely looking like they were eating because angels can't eat food, as we all know. So rather than one of the angels being Yahweh, or like one of the men being Yahweh, which is clearly what Genesis 18 is saying, and two of them are angels, they make it to be three angels, not God, and then both Islam and Rabbinic belief it's just copying each other. Interestingly, we have other descriptions of what Gabriel's going to do, and Gabriel is being sent there to destroy Sodom, just completely wipe it out the map. So instead of it being Yahweh sending fire down from Yahweh in heaven, like Genesis 19:24, it's instead Gabriel being sent to overturn Sodom. And Michael goes with Gabriel to save Lot because angels can't do multiple tasks. So Michael's there to save Lot, and then Gabriel there is to destroy them. We get in the tafsir that Gabriel is being sent to destroy them. So we have two messengers sent to Lot afterward, and Gabriel is, striking their eyes so they become blind and their hands that they wither. And then later on, we have Gabriel literally picking up this city and raising it to the sky because all of them are on a giant stone. And he lifts it so high that their livestock and their dogs are heard in heaven barking. So he lifts it way up into the sky, the whole valley of the plain, the whole area. All of those cities are lifted on one giant rock up into the heavens till the dogs are heard barking, and then he literally turned it over. And then it fell and broke apart, and then the stones of those cities fell, and that's what the brimstone was. It was the stones catching fire in the air of one of the cities and then landing on all the other cities. So Gabriel literally overturning Sodom, like the idea of him like flipping it, is in both sources. And then we can go into the Dhul Qarnayn, which is really funny. So you mentioned that at the beginning of the Syriac Alexander legend, and it is just obviously the source for the Quran, but it's also obviously the source for the tafsir. So we have Wab ibn Munabi and Ibn Abbas, and I believe also Qayyib al-Ahbar is related in this narrative, giving details of what's happening. Well, in Tabari, we get explicitly that Dhul Qarnayn is Alexander. Just right off the bat. His name is Alexander, but they say he's from Rome rather than Greece. But yeah, just straight up, the tafsir identifies like, oh, Dhul Qarnayn is Cyrus, or Dhul Qarnayn is all these other figures. Like, no. Dhul Qarnayn is Alexander, and he was called that because half his head was bronze and the other half was bronze as well. Or there's like a bunch of opinions on why he's called Dhul Qarnayn. Some of them say that his head was split open. What?
Well, in the Syriac Alexander legend, it actually clarifies God blessed him with two actual like miraculous horns that came out of his head so that he could gore his enemies.
Yep. Right here.
Mm-hmm.
So this comes from the Peshitta on Daniel. So in the Peshitta, it identifies Daniel, or in Daniel of the Peshitta, so the Syriac translation of the Old Testament and the New Testament, it actually says that Alexander the Great, it identifies him by name. It says Alexander, the son of Philip. He is identified, and then he says that they have horns on his head that were caused to grow, that the greater horn and the lesser. So the imagery within Daniel of the kingdoms and the horns on the statues and the horns on the beast and all that stuff, the Peshitta identifies it explicitly as Alexander the Great and also says that the horns are on his head. So within the Syriac Bible, you get this idea of Alexander the Great being a multi-horned being, specifically a one with a big horn and a small horn. So we have a dual-horned one in the Peshitta that's carried over into the Syriac legend. But you caused horns to grow on my head. This is Qarnta in the Aramaic, or in the Syriac, sorry. And so it's a similar root. It's not the same root as Qarnayn, because Qarnayn is dual, but it still has the Qarnta, and it's the plural of to horns. So Syriac/Aramaic doesn't have the dual clause. Hebrew and Arabic does have the dual clause. Otherwise, we get definitive proof that it is the two-horned one. But inside of the Peshitta, he's identified as having, they count his horns and describe both of them separately. So if this is taken from the Peshitta, then this is explicitly two horns on his head to grow that are made out of iron that he's going to use to gore the kingdoms of the earth. And he's given power by God. That exact same thing happens in the Quran. It says that Allah gifted him with supernatural power and authority over the earth, and that he's the two-horned one. Well, Wab Munabiya said that Dhul Qarnayn was a king, and also that his name was Alexander, but we see that he has, on his head, there is something resembling two horns. Then there's a couple other depictions that happen within Tabari here, and then someone else said that he was called Dhul Qarnayn because the two sides of his head were made out of copper. So you have a metal being attached to his head, then you have horns being attached to his head. You put those together and you get the Alexander the Alexander legend. The romance is a different set of documents that come either before or after. Dr. Tessie is arguing that it actually comes after the legend. The legend was so popular that it caused the romance to be spread more aggressively. But from the legend, there's parallels between them two. The same with the fetid sea versus the murky water. You talked about this with your stream with AP, so I'm not going to repeat too much of it here. But you do have Qayyib al-Ahbar disputing between Ibn Abbas and Muawiyah. Probably pronounced that one hardly. I've never actually heard this name pronounced. But Muawiyah. We have these two guys, Muawiyah. Okay. They are debating between whether it was a hot spring or a muddy spring. And if I remember correctly, in the Hadith, there's also mention of hot water and a hot spring that it sets into. So they're debating between, okay, is it a hot spring or is it a muddy spring? And then Kayab settles the score, and he says for them that the sun sets in thick mud. And Ibn Abbas takes this, and he's like, yeah, obviously. But later on, he's asked about why he said that, and he says, I find it in the book that it sets in black clay. Where in the Bible does it say that it sets in black clay, or that it sets in thick mud, or it sets in a muddy pool?
Sounds like a different book.
Sounds like a totally different book. What in the world is he talking about here? But in the book by the Christians, it's here.
Mm-hmm.
Then you also have the sunrise and the sunset being very similar, with even the description of when the sun rises upon a people for whom we had not made any covering against it. That is because their land has no mountains in it and no trees, that it could not support construction so that they might live in houses. Rather, they would go and submerge in the waters or go into tunnels. So they'd go into caves or into the water to escape the fire blaze that's happening. Well, in the legend, it says, when it is about to rise, the people who dwell there flee and hide in the sea in order to not be burnt by its rays. And as soon as they see the sun rising, men and birds flee from before it and hide in the caves. So you have both of them hiding in the sea, in water, and in caves and tunnels. So Tabari, again, is just adding details from the legend into his explanation of this passage on Dhul Qarnayn in Surah Al-Kahf. And then it continues on with Gog and Magog. And in the Tafsir, they actually are identified as the land of the Turks. And after the time of Islam, the Huns, whenever you see texts that describe the Huns before and after Islam, whenever the Turks gave rise, the Turks took over all the descriptions of the Huns because they were both from the Caucasus, and they were horseback archers of similar ethnicities. They aren't the same people group, but if I'm talking about the Huns in like 800 AD, I'm going to call them Turks. So we have the Tafsir calling it the Turks, but in the legend, they're called the Huns. And their king is Gog and Magog. And we get that their king is Gog and Magog, or that the people group there is Gog and Magog. This is coming from Ibn Abbas and Qatada as well. So you have very similar reasons, and it's also placed between two big mountains at the edge of the world, and all of that. Then you have similar descriptions of the Huns / the Turks, where they are, bestial people who everyone is terrified of, that God is going to use to destroy the earth, and that they're building a gate of bronze and iron, where bronze is 88% copper. So where it talks about copper here, you could just call it bronze. It's really not that much of a difference between them. But you have giant iron walls that are decorated in copper so that they can't dig under it, and they can't go through it, and they can't climb it. So this exact type of thing is between both of them in the legends and in the Quran and in the Tafsir. Very amazing. Even just this source by itself is a good proof text against Islam, because obviously the wall doesn't exist. There is no edge of the world. There's not two giant mountains. The sun doesn't set into the earth. The sun doesn't rise out of the earth. The sun doesn't prostrate before God every night. And then the Huns also are not this end times doomsday thing. So,
yeah, little.
There is the prophecy.
Yeah, I think this section of Surah 18 is probably the most problematic passage in the entire Quran. Once you're familiar with the Syriac Alexander legend, the entire story is just a condensed version, but it has all of the main points and deals with all the confusing aspects. Why is Alexander the Great portrayed as a monotheist? Because he is in the Syriac Alexander legend. Finding the place where the sun sets, finding the place where the sun rises, building the giant wall between two mountains to keep back the hordes of Gog and Magog. And think about all the problems. It's one, Muhammad. This is brought up in response to a challenge. Hey, tell us about Alexander the Great. And he gets a revelation, but he's getting a revelation from the same imaginary angel who gave him all his other revelations. And what happens when people ask about Alexander the Great? Well, Allah says, yeah, we sent him, and he appears to even be a prophet because Allah communicates with him directly, but finds a place where the sun sets, find the place where the sun rises, and so on. Same story. But you've got the plagiarism issue, that he's obviously copying this from the Syriac Alexander legend. You have the scientific issues, that, no, the sun does not set in a muddy pool and does not rise out of a pool and so on. So you have the scientific issues. You've got this complete historical error of calling Alexander the Great a devout monotheist. And, you've got the problem of this giant wall that's supposedly still there. Like, where is this? Show us Google Earth. Show us on Google Earth where this giant wall is. And if there's supposedly billions and billions of these weird people trapped behind it, and they're going to be released as part of the, as one of the signs of the judgment and stuff like that, that's when they're going to be unleashed. But they're supposedly there somewhere. And it's just like, I mean, how can you take this anything in this passage seriously? Because that's the other thing. Alexander didn't do any of this stuff. None of it. None of this happened. This was
Right.
This was 6th century Alexander the Great fan fiction, and it ends up in the Quran. And but by the way, I think the real significance of this passage, since lots of the other stuff. Let me put it this way: when you're quoting the Talmud, and it's obvious to us that he's getting this from the Talmud, it's always open to the Muslim to say, well, the Talmud, by golly, got it right. Even, after all those centuries and stuff, it got it right. That's how it ended up in there. We're looking at it going, are you serious? Are you kidding me? Yeah. With this, there's no way the story can be right. It's like, it's impossible. Alexander the Great was a complete, utter, total pagan. He was not a devout monotheist. The story matches up perfectly in all these details. It's scientific nonsense. There's no way you can say, well, maybe we're missing something about Alexander the Great, and he was a devout monotheist, and he did build this giant wall that's still there. And so you can't reconcile this passage, no matter what kind of gymnastics you do. But if you can get a Muslim to agree that, okay, this is Muhammad, this really, really looks like Muhammad was just plagiarizing some Alexander the Great fan fiction. Once you can acknowledge this one instance where he's obviously plagiarizing stuff, then all of a sudden the prior probability that he's doing it in all these other places with the Talmud and everything else, all of a sudden the prior probability should shoot up. Okay, if he's copying that, it makes it more plausible that he's copying in all these other places.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing. So we have that. We also have, I think it's the last one I have for the Israeliyat. There are dozens or even hundreds of the Israeliyat in the Tafsir, by the way. So what I'm showing is just a small taste of the deepness of this problem, that the exegetes themselves are using Christian and Jewish sources to explain the Quran, because the Quran doesn't make sense by itself. So the Quran has another story of the people of the city, when those who had been sent came to them. We sent 2 of them, and they denied them both. And so we reinforced them with a 3rd, and they said, indeed, we have been sent to you. Then there's this long story afterwards. Well, in Tabari, we get that Ibn Abbas, Ka'b al-Ahbar, and Wahab ibn Murbiya, so the dudes who are relating all of these Jewish and Christian traditions, they say that it is the city of Antioch, in which there was a king, Antiochus, who used to worship idols. Now, they also give different names for the kings inside of the Tafsir, and they also give different names for those who are sent. But we do have that it was related to them that the names of the first 2, Rasul, mind you, are Peter and John, and the name of the 3rd was Paul, and the city was Antioch. So we get within Tabari that Paul is called a Rasul, just for all you Muslims watching. Funny thing. But there's a bunch of Syriac Christian traditions about this story. Most of them are post-dating Muhammad and Islam. There's one that might predate it with Jacob of Sarug, who does predate him, and there is a story that's attributed to him of this exact thing, of Peter and John being sent. And it says explicitly, go, this is Jesus talking to Peter, go rise up into the city of Antioch and take with thee the beloved John. I will send unto you Saul, whom I have chosen, and he shall help you. And then they're imprisoned. And then Paul pretends to be pagan and is worshiping the king's idols. The king is super excited about that, invites him into his royal court, and then Paul convinces the king to give them a trial. They give a trial and they give the gospel message, and then they all convert to Christianity, and it's all great. This story is alluded to within the Quran itself. This is a much weaker version of it because we have a harder time dating the material before it. But you do have stories like this all over the place where it's not just rabbis that are being copied, it's Christians as well. Jacob of Sarug was a very prolific author, and much of his material was copied within Islam, especially Surah 12. So Joseph Witzman, he wrote his PhD thesis on, or dissertation, sorry, on the Syriac milieu of the Quran. So he makes an argument that much of the Quran is influenced by the Syriac. And then you have people like Abraham Geiger, which made the case that much of it is influenced by the Rabbinics. I'm making the case that it's influenced by both of them, plus Zoroastrianism, Manichaeism, Greek paganism, and Arab paganism, and Gnosticism. Like, we have a bunch of things that he's copying from, but it is to me overwhelmingly Jewish. But you have that. Then you also have, this is just a list of things that are stolen, and I can just scroll by it. You guys can look at it, read it. I do also want to give the presentation on the then we have all these things that are stolen not by Jews or Christians, but by other people, like Houris, for example, is from Zoroastrianism, including the age being about 14 to 15, like the younger women for the beautiful companions of paradise. That is from the Avesta. So you have that. They also have a Bayesian approach. Do you want me to try to give that real quick, or?
I'm not sure. How long is it? Because we're almost at midnight.
It's only a couple slides.
Okay. Yeah,
but I could just give a very, very high level overview of it because the math is nerdy.
Yeah,
so if you
ask
a question,
and then maybe if you want to slow it down sometime, we'll get Fan on here to nerd out.
that'd be fun. So a very basic question is, did God write the Bible? Or not the Bible? Yes, God wrote the Bible. Did God write the Quran, or did humans write the Quran? Those are your two premises. Is for your priors, are you, how confident are you that God would write it, or how confident are you that humans would write it? If we're going to be super generous, we're going to give a 99% probability that God wrote it because the book says that God wrote it. We're just going to take it at face value. So if we start with our priors being 99 to 1, what does it look like when we examine the text? It makes claims that it won't have any contradictions. It won't have any mistakes. If it's from God, it shouldn't have any mistakes. And it shouldn't have any changes or massive problems, and it should agree, if there are previous stories that it affirms, it should agree with those stories. And then if it was a human writing it, what would we expect? And we would expect errors, we'd expect problems, we'd expect it to not really work, and we would expect it to be mostly be made up of local tales and traditions, because every synchronistic work we see does exactly that. You can actually spot a work and its time period based on the content of it. It's kind of like how you can tell if you're talking to a Gen Alpha or Gen Zer based on the amount of brain rot they use when talking to you. If it's extremely brain rotted, it's a Gen Alpha person. But you don't even have to know their age. You don't have to even look at them. You can just read their writing and tell, oh, this person's of that generation, this person's of this generation, this person is of that culture, and so on. You can do the same thing with all of these man-made books, and you can tell exactly the culture and the time period they're in because you can compare it to other stories of the day, and the Quran appears to be that. But whenever we're examining it, we can set up some of these criteria, such as contradictions, historical problems, science, if it is valid with modern expectations and understanding, or if it just fits the understanding of the day, like the two Siemens theory. And then you can also go through the corruption of the text, the parallels with other traditions, and the parallels with like everyone else. So I wanted to focus in on just the Jewish traditions and focus in on the borrowing of the general people to make it a little bit easier for the Quran to be from God. So breaking this into two different categories actually makes the math a little bit favoring the Quran. And then we're going to use an augmented Jeffreys scale to have this ratio. And we're going to try to be as objective as possible and measure, okay, is this evidence strong for God writing it, or is it strong for humans writing it? And then we do that and we look at it. And this is the values I gave. So I was actually very conservative, and I didn't give full marks for all of the internal contradictions or the historical errors or the scientific errors or even the wider broadening. I was very conservative with these figures. You could go way more hard on this and have a way harder uh, ratio for the end of it. Then I was also very lenient with the preservation, even though we have sources that say the Quran isn't preserved. The fact that a lot of manuscripts are extremely similar, at least for the Razm side of it, I gave this a more neutral score, but it is partially, not preserved, especially with the Uthmanic recension and 6 of the Al-Faruf being removed. I gave it a lower score. You do all the nerdy math and you come up to about this factor of probability whenever you start with a 99 prior. So to visualize the probabilities that we're doing here mathematically through this Bayesian algorithm, whenever you start out, we have basically 100%. Like you just assume it's from God because, the text says it's from God. Then you factor in the contradictions within the Quran and you're like, oh, well, based on our confidence of that problem, we're going to reduce it down to about 90% average, which is Steph Curry's free throw, which is pretty based. And then we're going to go down, oh, well, there's actually a bunch of historical errors too. Like Haman is a Persian figure where like before Persian even existed and he's in the wrong time period. So, let's just, lower that down back to about a toss-up. So this is a toss-up on if you're going to be damned to hell for eternity by trusting this book. You're already at a toss-up. Then you consider the scientific errors, and it's like, oh, 1 out of 9. So selecting this can out of this can blindly, that would be your chance of it being from God at this point. Then you consider the actual preservation of the manuscripts, and you're getting like less than 3% likelihood of it being from God using the Bayesian approach. But whenever you consider the borrowing and the copying and the strength of those, you get to about a 0.1% probability of it being from God, just going through the rabbinic material. And then if you go through the other material from copying everything else at the end of the Bayesian algorithm with a 99 prior, you end up with about a 0.01% chance of it being from God. So this little black square, if you were to have a dart and you throw it at the dartboard, if you hit any other square, you're going to hell. But if you hit this square, you're going to be saved. Now that is starting with a 99 prior for Islam. If you start with just even odds, or like you say, hey, it's a 50-50. It could be from God. It could be from humans. I'm not sure. I'm just going to test it to see what happens. If you do that, this is the probability of it being from Allah. There is a black dot on this screen. Can you see it right now?
Nope.
So right here. So this little black dot right here. Oh, that is the probability right here. This is the probability from fair odds, fair priors, that the Quran is written by God. So you have a 99.9999% chance of it being written by humans, factoring in all of these errors and problems within the Quran. So why does it exhibit all of these things and has a base factor of about 10 to the 6, so about 1 million of towards human authorship rather than divine authorship? And then the dilemma is either accept that God is deliberately reproducing late rabbinic and folkloric material along with historical, scientific, and textual problems in what is claimed to be his final perfect revelation, or accept that the Quran is a human product that behaves exactly like a syncretic 7th century Near Eastern religious text built from available Jewish, Christian, and local sources. Given the Bayesian factor, the second horn is overwhelmingly more probable. Therefore, you should reject Islam. And then that's my conclusion side. But yeah.
You guys, non-nerds won't understand what you just said right there. So that's kind of for nerds only. But I think non-nerds can understand like a simplified version where you just compare two hypotheses. So like you had at the very end, you can use those as two hypotheses. The Quran is the uncreated, perfect speech of Allah, blah, 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 blah. Or the Quran is the product of some 7th century Arabian, blah, 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 who's hearing stuff and making stuff up and this and that. And so you take two hypotheses and then... See, the way you and Than doing it is you'll just start off being as generous as possible and saying, okay, we'll assign like a 99% probability that the Muslim view is correct, and then showing how the actual evidence just completely destroys your generosity.
Right.
You're as generous as you like insanely generous as you could possibly be, and even then it becomes like so massively improbable that you can't even see the little dot. But anyway, you could take the this is how Paul Draper used it. He uses it in his argument from evil, but you just take two hypotheses and you say one. So the probability that the Quran claiming to be from Allah, the probability that the Quran is from Allah is not intrinsically much greater than the probability that it's not from God. So there, you're not I think that's massively generous, because I think you could say, well, given so many books out there that claim to be from God, the intrinsic probability of a book actually being from God is pretty darn low. But here you'd be making a much more modest claim of just saying, well, we're just going to say it's not much more intrinsically probable than that the Quran is, the product of some 7th century dudes or something like that. And so you start with that, and then you say, you list some evidence and say this evidence is known. In this case, you could gather all of the Israelite stuff, and then you say that evidence is much more probable on the assumption that the hypothesis that it's just some 7th century Arabian dude. It's much more probable on that than it is on the hypothesis that it's from God, because God wouldn't need to do that, whereas the 7th century Arab might do that, and so on. And then the conclusion isn't as strong because you don't have specific numbers, right? You don't end up with a 0.00001. What you do end up with is the Quran is very probably false, right? Because it's the evidence. The evidence so massively favors one that even if you don't have a specific number, it's still very probably false. But in my experience, people can kind of understand that if you kind of break it down, you put the symbols up and you break it down. So we got the versions for total nerds, math nerds, and stuff like that, and then you got the numbers. You got the stuff for regular dudes like me, regular street dudes. You know what I mean, with our street smarts, and we can look at that.
Yeah, it's amazing. If you actually start with your priors of like a 99% chance of it being fake, you end up with like a 1 in 100 billion chance of it being from God by the end of it. Which is really funny.
Pretty rough. Pretty rough. Just check out a couple comments here, because, oh my goodness, look at this. Hazem came on and said, I have a refutation. I didn't get all of his comments and stuff, but I marked a couple of them. I have a refutation to the Islamic dilemma. Hazem, I guarantee you do not have a refutation to the Islamic dilemma. If you would like to actually join us on a live stream, I'd be happy to set one up. You can take us through your powerful refutation of the Islamic dilemma. Love to see it. Well, let's check out a couple of his comments here. The chat word limit is too short. Okay, but people tell him go ahead and make several posts on it. But he says the Islamic dilemma only works if you assume the Quran fully endorses the current Bible as perfectly preserved. No, it doesn't, which it never claims.
No.
Neither have we. It affirms earlier revelation in principle, while also describing itself as Furqan, criterion, and Muhaimin, guardian, meaning it confirms truth and corrects later distortion. So there's no contradiction, just a false either or framing. No, you started out completely false. The Quran does not need to affirm the entire Bible. It sounds like it is by calling us the people of the book and talking about our book and stuff like that. But no, the Islamic dilemma, you can run the Islamic dilemma just with the Torah or just with the gospel. We do not need the entire Bible. So nice try. And then here, describing itself as Furqan, the Quran also calls the Torah the Furqan, and I can run the Islamic dilemma just for that. If you're saying so, according to the Quran, the Torah is the Furqan. You just said it. Hey, it's the criterion, so it's what's judging. Okay, then the Torah is judging the Quran, right? And Muhaimin, guardian, meaning it confirms truth and corrects later distortion. Where are you getting corrects later distortion from? Where are you getting that from? It ain't from the Quran, I'll tell you that much, because the Quran never once says one word about correcting distortions in the text. It only says it's correcting people who misrepresent it and distort it with their speech. So you're off to a terrible, terrible, terrible start. And again, if you want to come up with something better, be happy to look at it. Quran, Allah, only amazing God. Quran is very detailed for people with knowledges and intelligence, but not for the uneducated people. The people needs intelligence for interpretation for them, inshallah. Well, just sucks that we're not smart enough to understand the Quran. Really sucks. But I don't see how it can be the book for all people if only super intelligent people can understand it. People who are far smarter and far more intelligent than we are, even though we're way, way, way more educated than Muhammad and his companions were, we can't understand it. So I'll just say, Allah, only amazing God. I have multiple bachelor's degrees, multiple master's degrees, and a PhD in philosophy. If I can't understand your book, then it's useless. It's useless to the world. It has to be only for people who are way, way, way more smart and way more educated than I am. Good for them. Affirming earlier revelation doesn't mean endorsing current copies. The Quran affirms original versions and corrects distortion, so the dilemma doesn't follow, except every single post you make is completely false. The Quran affirms original versions. No, Allah repeatedly says he's confirming the book that we have. He says it over and over again. I'm confirming what you have. I'm confirming what you have. So that would mean they have the originals, right? If he's confirming what they have and you say he's confirming the originals. Okay, dude, have you read the Quran? Have you? You said the original non-corrupted versions are gone. The closest thing is the Quran. Again, Allah repeatedly says he's affirming the versions that we have. Why are you... I don't want to call you lying because I don't think you are. It's just like so many others. You hear this from your dawah guys and you haven't read the Quran and you don't know what's in it. Monk asked him, where are these original versions, Hazim? Said, they are gone. The closest thing to them is the Quran. You mean the Quran that tells us he's affirming the book that we have? The one that we still possess? Are you kidding me? Dude, this is like day one Islamic dilemma stuff. You don't know the basics. Why would we've debated all the top dawah guys on this. They can't answer it. And you just, I'll come in here and answer it. And everything you say is wrong. And the Quran fixes their corruption by affirming their inspiration, preservation, and authority. Is that how Allah fixes corruption? He says, yes, affirm that book. I affirm that book. You have to judge by that book. Everyone has to believe in that book. What planet are you from, man? This is what you come up with? You guys don't have 600-year-old scripture. Injil, you reading edited, corrupted Bible. Allah affirms the Injil that Christians had in the 7th century. Guess what? We have copies of the Injil from before that time, during that time, and after that time. So we know what the Injil was. This is terrible,
and the
guys.
Scholars quote it.
Yeah.
Ibn Ishaq says the Gospel of John is the Injil.
Mm-hmm. When Allah talks about his words not being corrupted, he means specifically the Quran. Where does he say that? Dude, you're getting it completely wrong. So, you're talking about Surah 18, verse 27. Recite what has been revealed to you of the book of your Lord. There is none who can change his words. Does he say there's none who can change his words in the Quran? No, he says there's none who can change his words. So you're saying, no, people can change his words. So you're saying he lied right there. There is none who can change his words. The Torah and the Gospel, according to the Quran, are his words. Were they changed? According to you, yes. So when Allah says there is none who can change his words, you would say, sorry, Allah, that's false. People did change your words, but they didn't change your words in the Quran, so we'll give you a pass, even though you just completely lied. Understand the reasoning. The reason you can trust the Quran is because no one can change Allah's words. Okay. According to you, have Allah's words been changed? Yeah, all of the previous revelations were changed. So his success rate before the Quran was 0. None. He couldn't preserve any of his words. Okay, should he be boasting that the reason you can trust the Quran is because no one can change his words? No, you'd be completely wrong. My friend Anthony Rogers makes the point, says, imagine you need heart surgery. So you start looking up a heart surgeon. You find a heart surgeon. He's bragging. He's like, yeah, no, I'm the greatest heart surgeon who's ever lived. I'm the greatest. And you check out his record, and every single person he's ever operated on died on the operating room table. Would you trust him to operate on you? I sure wouldn't. That's what you're telling us about Allah. Hey, believe in him. He can really preserve his word. Well, he has a 0% success rate. So why would you trust him? I wouldn't. And keep in mind, I'm going with what you're saying here. Allah is saying something completely different. You're just making stuff up with the Dawa script. And then you say, and then Allah, only amazing God, says, so in name of Jesus, you give golden passes to unlimited sins? What are you talking about? What kind of insane religion is this? Sins are an abomination to God, regardless what names you use to commit sins. What planet are you from? Paul says, should we continue to sin so that grace may increase? No, you don't do that. You don't sin because you love God. You love God, right? So you don't sin. You understand what he's done for you and you love him, right? But if you're going to say that, then you just say, okay, if Jews and Christians are going to be punished for your sins, doesn't that mean you can sin all you want? According to your prophet, according to your prophet and your conclusion, that's exactly what you would say. Muslims can sin all you want because Allah's just going to punish Jews and Christians for your sins. Anyway, I hope you guys are paying attention to some of this because you guys are blurting out like standard stupid Dawa script nonsense, and we're wondering, why are you still saying that stuff that's been refuted 100 trillion times and you don't seem to care?
Yeah, they can also just touch the black stone and have their sins forgiven.
Yep, can just do that so we can sin all we want. Take these last couple super chats. Islamic God incapable of sacrificial love aura. That's true. Have you noticed any pattern on which parts of the Talmud Muhammad copied the most and least from, or did he take roughly equally from every part?
No, he did not take equally from every part. He took way more from Sanhedrin, Bava Metzia, Rosh Hashanah, Chiyah, Avodah Zarah. So there's like a couple big tractates. He kept in Nida as well, so like all the marriage stuff. He took some of the like Shabbat as well. A lot of these bigger tractates he's borrowing from a bunch. The lesser tractates he's not really borrowing from much at all, if anything. And then some of the lesser midrash he's also not borrowing from much. So Bereshit Rabbah is his primary go-to. Sanhedrin is also used a ton, and Avodah Zarah is also used a good bit for the idolatry stuff. And Judgment Day. So you have a sprinkling of Judgment Day and like other things mixed out, like in Rosh Hashanah, for example. But there's books dedicated to certain topics, and those topics that he cares the most about are the tractates he's focusing on the most. So you should go through just those. But Bereshit Rabbah is going to be, again, the best intro into the rabbinic side of it, because it's much shorter and it's much more packed with things that are stolen.
Momo was destroyed by 30 MC hammers you can't touch. That's true. Still waiting on an explanation that a being can be the truth and a liar at the same time. Yeah, Allah claims to be the truth and the best of deceivers. Does God love non-Christians? Yeah, that's Matthew 5, and that's why we're commanded to love our enemies. Do they go to hell, and why? They could deserve it, but if they don't hurt others, can't they just be forgiven? Well, you're still sinners and so on, and so the issue would be you've rejected what Jesus has done for you. With that said, the Bible's clear that it's not the same punishment for everybody, right? So, I mean, Jesus says to Pilate, the one who handed me over to you is guilty of a greater sin. Right? They knew more. They should know better, and so on. Jesus said that the servant who knew his master's will but didn't do it will be beaten with many stripes. The servant who didn't know his master's will and didn't do it will be beaten with few stripes, and so on. So you have the principle there that God understands what you've done and what you haven't done, and you're dealing with someone who is perfectly just, and so we would trust God in that situation and understand we don't know everything about how things are going to work out, but we understand that the God we're serving is just. So because they actually believe it's memorized by millions of Muslims worldwide, haven't seen one, not a single one. Also, which Quran, the Hafs, the Warsh, what? Yeah, that's going to be kind of an issue. That according to the Quran dilemma, no Muslim has memorized the entire Quran. You're only, because all you have is parts. And what's crazy is
right.
one of Muhammad's companions, Ibn Umar, the son of the rightly guided Caliph Umar, said, he told some Muslims back then who were bragging about memorizing the entire Quran. He said, let none of you say you've memorized the
Oh yeah.
entire Quran. How do you even know what all of it
Your
is?
mama.
Yeah. So so much of it has been lost. And now we have modern Muslims confirming, nope, we don't even have the Quran. Wild, wild stuff.
Yep.
The irony is that even with all these stupid stories in the Quran, you still have Westerners taking the Shahada. I know, that's the thing. They don't know any of this. They don't learn any of this. They don't know the Islamic dilemma. They don't know Muhammad's a plagiarist. They just hear, this is just one God. Christianity's so confusing. Just believe in one God. And they go, oh, really? Duh. That whole Solomon ring thing sounds like the One Ring from Lord of the Rings. I wonder if Tolkien got some inspiration from that Solomon story. I would say more likely from Plato's Republic, because that ring actually just made you like invisible.
Turned you
and stuff
invisible.
Like yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's more likely. If I recall, he didn't explain it. Like I always assumed it was like he obviously took it from that story, the Ring of Gyges. Yeah. I always thought it was obvious that he took it from that, but apparently he never said where he got that from. Chris, this is from Ida. Chris, I'm just curious. You said you used the Babylonian Talmud, not the Jerusalem one, and if so, why? I really don't know much about the Talmud, so I'm wondering.
Oh, you're not Orthodox. Okay. Yes, the Babylonian Talmud is much, much, much longer than the Jerusalem one. So it has a lot more Agita in it. So the Agitic stuff is what the Quran is copying from the most. The Halakha is actually not used that much. It's used a lot in Sharia, and so it's not in fiqh. Like the Sharia system itself, the 4 divisions and the categories within the divisions, that actually comes from the Halakha. It comes from the Rabbinic separation of law and how they do law. And fiqh itself actually reads a lot like early fiqh reads a lot like the Rabbinic Halakha discussions. So it's interesting, like Sharia itself is coming from the Jews. But the Babylonian Talmud has a bunch of the superstitions and beliefs that were coming out of Babylon in cities like Sura. So Sura is one of the most important yeshivas, had one of the most important yeshivas. It's a city in southwestern Babylonia in the Persian Empire at the time. And it may, if you want to get like a tin hat on, the word surah is first used in Arabic in the Quran, and it means like a division or a wall. But it has a Syriac root, an Aramaic root, that might come from this city's name. It would be super ironic that the most important yeshiva on the planet at the time also just so happens to share a name of the divisions of the Quran. So either it's a wonderful irony, or it has some deeper meaning to it, but I can't prove or show any way that it has deeper meanings to it other than it appears to be a loan word. But it's very, very, very funny that Surah is the name of the biggest like rabbinic school in the area, and even a lot of the dudes who are like in charge of writing large sections of the Talmud and like training the students that wrote the Talmud are in Surah. So that is just really funny. And the Babylonians themselves had much more a higher status and pedestal compared to the Jerusalem Talmud. So the Babylonian Talmud, not only is it closer, it's more detailed, and the type of stories that he's stealing from is much more prevalent in the Babylonian versus the Jerusalem. The Jerusalem one is much more of a strict commentary on the Mishnah versus the Babylonian, where those dudes just go off the rails, man. It's wild what they write in that.
Let's see. Live stream began at time of tafsir. What? There's still tafsir, man. Muslims will say, a couple of people make this joke. Muslims will say 2.0001%. So there's a chance. Yeah. So you're telling me there's a chance. You see, even the Christians are admitting that the Quran might be the word of Allah. Alhamdulillah. Non-nerds won't understand that. David Nerdwood, the Star Wars winger of nerddom. Okay, I understand everyone's making jokes now. Super funny. So you're saying there's a chance.
At the time. It was like we've all just became winglings from listening to the pacing argument.
That's funny. A criterion can't make mistakes, so the Quran needs to be perfect. If the Quran is a criterion, it should properly answer this question: where does semen come from? If it can't, Islam is false. Yeah, and by the way, they're just completely misreading what it means to be like the criterion. It's not the criterion deciding which, what parts of a previous scripture are from Allah. That has absolutely nothing to do with the meaning of criterion in the Quran. They're making that up. Dawa guys make up that nonsense, and then they tell it to people, and the people never think enough to question it, and it's just sad. Korah said Allah was not all-powerful, weak Allah. Well, she'd be right, so hats off to her. I just got my copy of the Islamic Dilemma. God spared me from cancer, addiction, and the death cult. It is incumbent upon me to inform others. Yes, and that would be something awesome to inform people about. Got the book right there, the Islamic Dilemma. And Cult says, I'd have to find the reference, but C.S. Lewis mentioned that Tolkien got his idea for the ring from Wagner's Ring of the Nibelung, which itself was an adaptation of the German epic of the Nibelungenlied. But where did they get the idea? Did they get the idea from that's the thing. I mean, so Plato in the Republic has a story of like this ring that makes you invisible and stuff like that. And the idea is, wouldn't it be great to have that? And the answer is no, because you would become evil, right? You could get away with anything, and you're not going to. Let me put it this way. If you got the ring of Gyges that can make you invisible whenever you want, you're not going to use that to go sneak into the library at night and do a bunch of reading, right? What would you use that for?
Right.
You'd end up using it to take
Mischief.
whatever you want and stuff like that, and to take over the world and stuff. You'd use it to feed your desires. And he's saying, so get rid of that thing. Toss that thing into the fiery pits of Mount Doom. That's what you do if you get that. If you get that thing, it's only going to corrupt you. So anyway, it sounds like very similar. You know, get a ring, makes you invisible, but corrupts you over time. So seems clear, but it's also something where someone else could get the idea, right? Like, seems pretty straightforward. You could get the idea of a ring that makes you invisible, but anyway, so yep, I don't know. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe he did get it from there, and maybe they just came up with the idea, or maybe they were inspired by Plato. Yep, I don't know.
Yeah.
And last one from Ida. Thank you for the explanation, Chris. And thanks everyone for watching. We've been going over 4 hours now. But to go back, and by the way, the stuff Chris was covering here as far as his presentation, he's got a ton of videos on these topics over on his channel. Link to his channels in the description box, Defending a Lion. And as for the short video, that is something everyone should be watching, liking, sharing, spreading around, and yeah, always good to bring up to Muslims with, especially if they're complaining about the Talmud. First, what about the Talmud? Oh, this one, the one your prophet stole a ton of the Quran from. What were you saying about it?
Like, oh, the Talmud. Oh, you mean the Quran?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right.
The Quran is Talmud fan fiction. Let's say it that way.
It is. Yeah.
All right, and we had a couple last second. There was no ring in the Nibelungenlied. It was a cloak. There, Wagner changed it. Well, how did? Come on. You could say cloak. Okay, that makes me think they didn't copy the Ring of Gyges, but come on. Tolkien just conveniently turns it into a ring, exactly like, okay, I'm guessing he was pretty well read and he'd be familiar with the story. El Elyon, Allah is love. Hey, it's from Allah, only amazing God again. El Elyon, Allah is love and holy, etc. I love all. If you love all, then you're more loving than Allah, because Allah says over and over again in the Quran, he doesn't love the unjust, he doesn't love the proud, he doesn't love the mischief makers, and most relevantly, he doesn't love unbelievers. So, guess what? Allah, only amazing God. Your God has no love for us. The God of the Bible has love for you. So you would have to agree, just be honest for 5 seconds of your life. The God of the Bible, massively more loving than the God of the Quran. And that should tell you something in itself. We have, did you hear that Mimi striked the guy, bought by Blood 316, from IP Stream yesterday, talking about his debate with Mimi? Yep, Hijab is just in full meltdown mode, striking everyone. Short-term thinker, very stupid short-term thinker, does not realize what this does to him long-term, but he's going to find out. He's in the mess around stage, and soon he's going to be in the find out stage. All right, guys, again, check out the channel, share the video, and we'll be hearing from him more in the future, especially after his book comes out. And we will do tons to promote that all over the planet. And Dawa will continue collapsing. All right, everyone. Catch you tomorrow.